Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, June the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. A couple of yeses. Thank you. So that means you can hear me. You can see my screen. Morning, Jamie, in our YouTube room. So, guys, well, we're in for a little positive open. Imagine that. So, of course, today is a big day, 2 o'clock, FOMC, and 2:30 also. So, you have to wait and see. Is it going to be 70? Is it going to be 50? No. 75? Probably. 1? Who knows? So, we'll have to wait and see what this rate increase is going to be like. So, let's take a look at some of the things happening this morning. EDU continues its march up. I think it's actually close. It got close to that $24 price target. 23.44, yeah, 23.44 in the pre-market. $24 price target put on it by JP Morgan a couple of days ago. So this has just been a tremendous run ever since. I guess it was here. That's when they put the price target on it. You know, I looked at Dawn this morning. I thought, well, maybe now, just maybe now it's going to hold. But again, look how wild this is. It got up to 17.24, pulled all the way back down to 16. And it's starting to run a little bit here, but it's a very difficult intraday trader. And now, though, it is above the 200-day moving average, so we don't have to worry about that. 1580 to 200-day moving average for Dawn, DAWN. Yes, and all eyes maybe on this Evoc. EVOK did have some news. Big pop up, low float, 3.2 million. A lot of volume already, 7 million. So it's traded the float, double the float so far. And when you look left, let's take a look at what we see. When we look left on the weekly chart, the next high I see, I think, is 444. Yeah, 444. And then after that, it's 540. So it still has some room, and it's holding. I mean, it had a big bottoming tail. Looked like maybe that was going to be the end of it. But buyers took control again. And this is jumping on an approval for nasal spray being added to Florida's Medicaid program. So that is the big news for EVOK and challenging for right now. Challenging that pre-market high. Pre-market high was 403. And I think Zach said that CELZ, I think it's got anything to do with it, but might have been a sympathy play. Anything to do with it, and it has nothing to do with Florida State or anything. But anyway, this had a big move, but came right back down. So probably forget about that. It is a low float. Let's see if it picks it up again, though. Probably have to take out that 97, get into the dollar level. Keep an eye on Rev. This was sneaky yesterday. This is Revlon, of course, REV. Pulling back a little bit. It got as high as 252. This got as high as 314 yesterday, pulled back down to $1.70 something. So, I mean, it was a big sell-off. Announced Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection on Friday. So that was the big down day. Then Monday, another down day. But yesterday it had a bit of a resurgence. So just see what happens with this one today. REV. WDH. You still up? Yes, sort of. 188. Yes, hasn't pulled back too much. WDH, trying to see. I didn't see. I'm sorry. This is an earnings play, right? So this is an E gap up. So this is an earnings play. China stock, WDH. 200-day moving average is sort of sitting right on it. Big float though, 310 million in the float. And I only point that out because it's going to take a bunch to move this now. ASTL, Canadian company, steel play. It's an earnings play. That's a big gap up. That is a pretty big gap up. Just take a look at it on the daily chart. The $1.43. Yeah, it's a big gap up. Decent volume. It's a big float. Probably a lot. Looks like there's a lot of resistance around this 950 mark. This is shortable for me, so going to have to keep an eye on this one. They released earnings after hours. It did actually take out 950 after hours. It got up to 975, but it looks like there's a lot of resistance. That's basically where it got to. Now I have box D on the list, but I think it's pulled back quite a bit. Box D was on the list. Yeah, I mean, it's not, yeah, 208, 187. It's still up 32% though. Again, this is one of the ones that got absolutely crushed that day that all the SPACs got, the X SPACs got crushed. And this was one of them. How about this one? Up, UP. Why am I talking about this one? For whatever reason, Goldman Sachs has put is initiating coverage. This is initiating coverage with a $5 price target on UP. So that is up, UP, not a low float. Bcda is not up anymore. In fact, it's now negative. Sorry, but well, I'm sorry. When I see these, when I'm constructing my list in the morning, I have to move on. I can't keep an eye on these so much. And then I put the list up there. This was at one point up to 175. So now this has actually gone negative. They get a US patent for image guided delivery of treatments. Okay, that is their press release. But now that's being just met with who cares? And this is shortable actually too for me. This actually could turn into a lifetime low. Actually, maybe not. Well, $1.10 is the lifetime low. So I guess there's nothing to see now with BCDA. And then Acadia. Yeah, I don't, did we ever see if there's some specific news about Acadia? ACAD? Acadia jumps. Now I see it after FDA posts briefing docs for Nuplazide or Nuplazid review. This is the news here, right here for Acadia. Obviously, whatever briefing docs they put out there, market was met with enthusiasm. All right, so Evoc, stick an alert. I'm going to stick a price alert around 405. That was the high in the pre-market. See if it takes it out later. I don't think this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No. Okay, guys, this one just showed up. SIDU, yeah, SIDU just showed up here. SIDU just showed up here. Sidus Space, lots of volume, low float. Wow, this could be the one. Sidus Space is a teammate on NASA's $3.5 billion exploration extravehicular activity services contract. Okay, here's your news for it. So what traders are looking at, I guess they're getting 3.5 billion, right? Of course not, but that's what we see. Okay, that's what we see. So yeah, SIDU coming now. That is, well, the VWAP is way down. It's through the VWAP now. And again, it's a low float. Yeah, oh, I know, Zach. I'm just kidding. It's what we want to see, though. 3.8 billion, Sidu. Well, I mean, it's what we want to see. Yeah, I thought Evoc had that reverse split fairly recently, didn't they? Captain Kangaroo. Captain Kangaroo. Hilarious. It's going a few years ago. You kids today don't even know what that is. All right, let me just going to add one thing to my watch list. Yeah. By the way, good morning, Real. You caught me by surprise there. To see you there. Yeah. AERC. I almost feel like just taking it off my my watch list. That was a really tough one yesterday. I mean, when it rallied, it really rallied well, and off Zach's bottom scan. But boy, tough intraday trader. And how's the AUVI doing? I think it was sort of diving a bit too. AUVI, yeah, I mean, it hit as high as $4 in the pre-market. I mean, so you're talking about a 25% drop. And now underneath the 200-day moving average, AUVI. All right, it is 9:11. Let me see if the briefing.com has delivered to me in my email the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Ah, yes. And we have a few upgrades and quite a few more downgrades. So let me get some of the upgrades in now. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. Right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. And as I say, there are definitely more downgrades. Let's take a look at them. Again, typically what I'm looking for is a stock that is being multiply upgraded or downgraded. In other words, by several firms on the same stock, either upgrading or downgrading. I don't, CLR, I see a couple of downgrades. Where to go? Hood, Hood downgraded. Who downgraded them? Atlantic Equities, don't know them at all. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. And okay, looking at Revlon now, maybe that's a complete no-go. Look really interesting up here, yeah, 253, but maybe it's a no-go now. Real says ON is popping off. Well, it's over, let's see, 5682, so it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average, 5682, so it's at 5750. So now here's a slightly different take on the headline. Sided Space says company is a teammate on NASA's $3.5 billion exploration, etc. Slightly different wording of that headline for SID US. I'm sorry, SIDU, sorry. And again, that's a very low float, 6.8 million. Let's take a look left. Okay, obviously on the daily chart, broken out. On the monthly chart, what was the high this month? So it's above the high of this month. Last month's high was 450, so it does have some room. 450. Look at the weekly chart though, 268. So 268 and then that 450. So 268 on the weekly chart is the next level for it to try to clear. And if it can clear that, then it's got a shot to the 450. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. Just looking at a chart to see where the next highs are. So again, 268 is the next high in the weekly chart for SIDU. You know what? I slacked off this weekend, PJ. So thank you. CNXA. I'm going to put those in here. CNXA. So CNXA obviously was trading before. When did it stop trading like this? Are you sure this is that's the right CNXA? But it says it was trading yesterday as CNXA. Okay. Implements a reverse stock split. Okay. Well, let's get the other one. HSCS. Let's see if hopefully this is blank. Yes. Okay. So right click, create a price alert. Price alert at 1 and 1 million in the float. I don't see a price, but that's okay. And I have the LYT already. So that is 425 also. The H, whatever one that was, the HSCS. Okay, let me put this down here. A little edit. All right, I'll be prepared. I know how many shares and I know the potential open. Wow, great short on HCAD, anybody who did it. That'll make your day right off the bat, 24 down to 18. So when do I buy Bitcoin, guys? So a little pop here, obviously for Bitcoin. It's still around the 20K mark. Is that correct? $21.4K. Okay, thank you. So coming off 20K, I'm sure I saw it down around 20K at some point, but man, oh man, oh man. All right, guys, let's take a look at the indexes. I'm sure we're going to see virtually everything positive. So I'm going to go from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and going to the Sector Status channel. This is going to give us a little glimpse of what the market is seeing right now. Interesting. Normally energy is either 100% one way or the other. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs. So for instance, or in the major sectors, this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. What these percentages refer to is 68% of these stocks are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. It's funny, usually we see either 100% or zero, but in this particular case, but you can see we're in for a nice open to start. I mean, this can change, of course, dramatically. But for instance, technology, 90% of them are above yesterday's close. Communications, 95%. So if you actually look at the weakest sector, really is energy. I mean, because it's only about 50-50, 57%. So that's kind of the weakest sector. But of course, this can change dramatically. If I look at this, say at 10 o'clock, and instead of change from the close, I use the change from the open. This can be dramatically different. And of course, we've got the fireworks today, probably at 2 o'clock. Not probably, we'll have the fireworks at 2 o'clock, FOMC, and then talking about it at 2:30. So definitely at 2 o'clock, it should be a lot of fun to see what the SPY does. I guess that's it. Okay, thank you, Don. But it is rare. Usually I see it's 100 one way or the other. All right, guys, so that level I was talking about for Sidu is a little bit above it, 268. The next high is 450. SIDU. And you talk about much ado about nothing. Look at the Acadia here. So it's even down through the 200-day moving average, down the VWAP, etc. All right, guys, just keep an eye on Up to see if it does something crazy. Again, with this Goldman Sachs initiating coverage and putting a $5 price target on it, and that is U Up, Wheels Up Experience. What do they do? Okay. All right, SIDU is holding, guys. SIDU is holding over that last weekly high. SIDU. Yeah, I think there's a lot of resistance for the ASTL. I was looking at it before. A lot of resistance right around, right in this area here. I mean, it's not that far away. It's a big float also. It is an earnings play, yes. Big gap. There's a beautiful gap, but gapping right into all this on the daily chart. All right, what is the market doing? Market's still trying to hold its gap. I'm going to get rid of these bottoming tails and topping tails. I can. No, can't. Yeah, even Hertz is having a bit of a pop, guys. HTZ, Hertz is having a bit of a pop. Its high here is 1778, so the next high, 1862 on the daily chart. Pretty good volume for Hertz HTZ, and they approved. Here we go. So they're approving a new $2 billion share buyback. That is some news for Hertz this morning. So this is the news right here. $2 billion. Okay, so really it's 4 billion. Oh, I see. Okay, so they announced a 2 billion in November last year, and they actually stuck to their guns. There's only 0.2 billion left. So now they're now 2.2 billion available under the buyback program. SIDU is still holding tough over that last weekly high. Don't give up yet. All right, yes, thank you, William. Less than a minute to go before the market opens. So yeah, I mean, I may make an exception depending on this SIDU. I may make an exception. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll have to see how it's trading. This is not a recommendation or anything like that. But typically I do not trade in the first 15. I like to see things settle down a little bit. But let's see if we get some of these crazy halts and resumes like we did yesterday. We had about 3 or 4 of them that were awesome. Small companies that just absolutely exploded. Maybe we get some more today. Actually, one of them, CRNA, I think, was it CRNA? No, what was it? It's on my watch list somewhere. All right, guys, we are now open to, oh, that's why I've got my sound alerts off. I'm going to say, how come I'm not getting any alerts? Okay, guys, SIDU is jumping here. Okay, SIDU is hanging tough here, guys. SIDU still hanging tough. It's just taking out the pre-market high, I believe. Yeah, the pre-market high was 291, so it's a little bit above that pre-market high. And it's at $3 now. And we have our first halt of the day. We have top just got halted. TOP just got halted. SIDU guys still hanging over 3. Trying to hold 3. SIDU trying to hold 3. Some pretty good move, a good move on the SIDU guys now. Well, there's our friend Rdbx having a pop here, Rdbx. Double X, double I, a bit of a move here, but lots of resistance. Probably a lot of resistance close by. No. It won't die. AERC, look at AERC. What a move here from a low of 1162 in the pre-market. And almost a $2 pop, almost a $2 pop for AERC. Wild and William out of this SIDU guys, all out of it. Little kind of a turned into a bit of a scalp trade. I'm going to take a look at it later. I want to see if it takes out 315 again. I'd like to see it set up just a little bit better. As I say, I don't normally do this. Yeah, got a little jumpy on it. I guess I should still be in it, but I'm not. Yeah, Beyond Meat's having our little run here. BYND's having a run. And it is above yesterday's high. Yes, it is. So the next high looking left, $25. So it's got about $1.21 or $1.27 or so until that next high looking left on the daily chart for Beyond Meat, BYND. And we have another halt. IREN just got halted. IREN just got halted. Okay, so much for EVOK, guys. EVOK looks like it's done. Well, EDU certainly has been active. There's no question. I mean, almost got up again to that JP Morgan price target of 24. How's Tupperware doing? TUP, bit of a move here. TUP, bit of a move. All right, now this BCDA was all over the place. At one point, it was up to $1.77. They pulled all the way back down to 139. It was actually negative, but now it's starting to move again. BCDA, and it is a low float, 13 million in the float. All right, eyes back on for me anyway. SIDU, and see if it takes out this high here. It just starts to run. The next high looking left, I think I said was about 450 on the weekly chart. So it does have some room, and it's a low float, 6.8 million in the float. Up is up a little. UP with that $5 price target put on it by Goldman Sachs. Pre-market high was 238. And SATL just got halted. This one just got halted. SATL. Some early morning halts. You sold SIDU too early, really? Or were you shorting it? No shorts available for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. All right, academic, well, that's what she's saying. She, meaning text to voice, she's reading it out as academic. ACAD is, it's trying to move. If it takes out 1882, that could get it rolling. CYN, guys, CYN. Where's the next high looking left? Too bad. I mean, it's $1.79. The next high looking left. That's pretty close, but it is on the run here. CYN. Okay, Real's on the run here. Next high looking left is 263, so it's right there. So actually 301, so it's got some room to the 3 level, and that is Real, REAL. All right, Sidu is, I mean, it takes out that high. I think it could run. SIDU takes out that 320 high. I think it might have a run in it. Now look at Beyond Meat, guys. BYND has caught a bid here. BYND has certainly caught a bid. Just put an alert for SIDU around 320 and see if it takes out that high. I think if it can take out that high, I'm not in it anymore, but you can just kind of see how the last the last 3 5-minute candles have touched that high. And if it pops through, it might get some enthusiasm back into this stock. And that is SIDU. Look at up, guys. Up is up. What am I doing here? I've got something hidden underneath. Okay. All right, so SIDU just looked like it touched it. But there it goes, guys. SIDU. I'm going to pull it right back, see if it takes it out one more time, maybe a third time lucky. It is still a little bit early, 9:42. Up though, up on that upgrade from, not an upgrade, actually it wasn't an upgrade, it's an initiation of coverage by Goldman Sachs of up with a, what did I say, a $5 price target? Yeah, a $5 price target put on it. And that's UP. All right, AUVI right back up. AUVI right back up. It's hit 4 or something, I think, in the pre-market. 403 in the pre-market. Look at the volume coming in. It's a low float. AUVI. And AERC. Tricky trader, but there it is. AERC doing the same thing as AUVI. The red box, Rdbx, is still moving here. The next high looking left, wow, 1290. So that's got a lot of room if it wants to keep going. Lots of volume coming in. Another low float, 8.8 million in the float. Winning the race here. All right, this SIDU keeps teasing at this area here. Keeps teasing right around that 320 area. Eventually, it's either going to pop up or the buyers are going to get tired. Okay, guys, EDU now is turned into a gap up and reverse. Nice call on the EDU, Zach, regarding that headline with Putin and Xi, or China and Russia, we'll call it. OM has had a terrible day yesterday. Had a terrible day yesterday. The high yesterday was 1580. So it's getting close to that high, trying to have a bit of a comeback today, and that is OM. And this is turned into, AERC is turned into a gap down and a reverse. Tricky trader, tricky trader. So maybe take a look at TAL, another China education stock, did virtually the same thing as EDU. You know, had the big topping tail, and now it is starting to fade, and that is TAL. All right, PL. So this is actually PL is an earnings play. Planet Labs is an earnings play. Didn't see it really in the pre-market. It just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, I see this app now. So it's not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time lows, but let's just see what this does. Where is the next low looking left? 377, 437. So it's below that low of 437. And so the next one is 377. Yeah, K Web, perfect circle, yes. So the China stocks are being hit now, I guess, with that Russia-China news. I mean, look at this in the pre-market, very buoyant. And then look at this, market opened. Boy, AERC, just monster move now. I'm not in it. I wish this were a China stock, PL also. Don't lose sight of the SIDU, guys. It's still hovering around that 320 mark. PL continues to move down here. The market's putting in a nice opening 15-minute candle, followed by another one. So Dow's up, Nas is up, no disconnect whatsoever. Boy, look at that AERC. Look at it go. Normally I would have loved it. Oh well, it's gone. And what is AUVI doing? Probably the same thing. Not as much. AERC is kind of doing its thing. I know I'm nagging, guys, but SIDU I'm not in it anymore. So I'm not trying to pump it or promote it or anything like that, but it is just hanging tough just underneath that 320 mark. Well, Rev was certainly active in the pre-market, but it gave it up a lot. Yeah, I mean, what did it get up to in the pre-market? 254. I mean, I guess it's got some room to there. Up, 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 and away. Look at up go, guys. It does pay to read the news sometimes, you know. I'm always intrigued by why a Goldman would get involved in something like this, but it is what it is. And there's a red bar ignored. Yeah, big test for the PL at 4 for sure. Well, your scan's telling us to buy it now. See if up, 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 up. Wow. All right, guys, here's another one. Sorrento. So the next high looking left is 150, so it's above that. So 160, so it's a little bit close to that. So probably to me, it's got too much resistance, and that's the Sorrento. So top has been halted, resumed several times. This is a China stock. And you can see up has been winning this race. AERC winning this race. Just absolutely rippage here. I want to see if there's any new news for AERC. I don't see any. Yeah, any China stock really, but EDU certainly. TUY, pick a stock, any China stock, and they're moving down. So if you just don't want to pick one stock, just take a look at KWAB. I guess there's meetings between Russia and China, I think, and that for the market's reacting badly to that. And somebody asked what happened to the China stocks. Oh, there's man, oh man, oh man, oh man, I missed it. Red box. That was really whippy. I was looking for that 11 break again, and it tore off without me. Rdbx tore off without me. And we have, but this top is, this is a China stock. Yeah, China stock. So this has been all over the place. It's been halted several times. All right, guys. Well, maybe that's it for SIDU. Buyers just could not pop it over that 420 mark, or excuse me, that 320 mark. So I'm just going to forget about it. I've got my alert set up here, and if it happens later on, it happens. If not, no harm. Again, I'm not anticipating that it was going to take it out, so I did not take it early. I have to get that price alert. I didn't get it, so just saves myself a lot of grief. Another interesting one, maybe CORZ. CORZ, I mean, it's got some room, not a lot of room though. 251 is the next high looking left. I wish it had more room, but well, man, I mean, the next low looking left for EDU is way down here, just underneath, right around 18. 2 o'clock, Doodle Dum, 2 o'clock Eastern time. No, you can't have my layout, Bimal, but you can have a lot of the scans that I'm showing, okay? And I don't have a link for my layout. What I do is I show you individual scans that you might like. You go to my homepage and go to the scan section. You will see a lot of scans that I'm sharing, okay? Now, the only thing that is not there, I can share, give you this one, the races, save or share to cloud. Save or share. Okay, so you can have, if you're interested in looking at these races, that'll be happening all day long. And there's the CORZ, there's the red box, Rdbx. Ah, man, I missed that one. I wanted to take it on that second 11 break, and I just got distracted just a little bit. I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed in the SIDU. I was really hoping for a nice big break of 320 and then a big run maybe to that 450. With that float, I figured with that float, with that headline, but just didn't get it. Yeah, but Zach, it said 3.5 billion in the headline. All right, guys. Yeah, well, hey, listen, your Rev, was it PJ or Poe? One of you guys starting with the letter P mentioned this Rev. Hey, I mean it. You know what's having a little bounce here, guys, is Evoc. EVOK. EVOK. Evoc, guys, is bouncing off that 3 nicely. EVOK. PL is still trying to challenge that 4. You know, guys, Jamie. You asked me yesterday in our YouTube room how to use this top list or the races. I'm actually, yesterday really opened my eyes, especially the ones that were the inexpensive ones, those cheap ones that were halted several times, and they even before the halt though, they were just really, really accelerating like 30, 40%. So this is not now for me. I can start to pay attention to this a little bit more, and not for pullbacks necessarily. These are just stocks that are, they're still at the highs of the day, which is what I like, but they're moving. So a lot of them will just be little scalp trades, and I kind of know that going in. Okay, guys, I'm sorry, I'm not following this. Okay, we really have to. Okay, Eli, I mean, I know what you're saying, but have to take all these off topic, okay? Off topic. Okay? I'm just going to start deleting posts unless is specific to a stock, okay? That's in stocks only, specific to a stock, okay? And Yeah, I'll just start to, and don't take offense, I'm just indiscriminately going to start deleting posts unless it is, well, even that one, Mike. Okay, so come on. Very few rules in the room, but stocks only, it's stocks only. Okay? You want to talk about anything else in general about the market? Yeah, put it in off topic. No, okay, EJ, well, they haven't found any then. If they're none there, then they haven't found any that they like. It's really that simple. I'll go and check, but that's usually the reason. Somebody's asked, no, nothing in the trader's eye. Trader's eye. Yeah, nothing. So that's the reason. So they don't, if they can't find anything they like, they're not going to put it. It will be missing, yes. I shouldn't say it like that. Yeah, it's not missing. You're doing everything correctly. No, the red box, man, oh man. Oh well, I'm not going to dwell on it until the next time I dwell on it. 12.90 is the next time. It's still $1 to move. Yeah, so for me, the CORZ was really just a little scalp. I did not, and I said it was winning a race, but I thought too much resistance right around that 250 mark. What did I get to? Got up to 240. Too much resistance, but the same with, I didn't take the CYN, but again, too much resistance. Okay, guys, CHPT, what's the next high looking left? 1385. So it's got about $1 to the next high. CHPT, if it wants to keep running, but it's been pretty choppy. I almost feel like I should have another tab. I mean, it's off topic. I mean, I'd like to think it's mainly about stocks still, talking about the market. Maybe I should create another one called Way Off Topic, and then you can talk about sports or anything else you want, within reason, of course. I'll get the guy to do that. Because off topic to me still should be about the market, just not a specific stock. Yeah, even stock related questions, Larry. Yes, just put it in off topic. I mean, I see it. I mean, we all see it. Try to keep the stocks only just to a specific stock. That's what people are interested in. I mean, I'm just going to have to, I'm just even, you're still impossible. I'm going to have to delete it. Yalla, guys. Yalla. Who is, I haven't seen our friend who used to go yalla, yalla, yalla every single day. I think back in these days here, this is back in 2021. Got all the way up to 42. Yeah, maybe it's your monitor, Jamie. I mean, I see what you're saying. I have no problem seeing seeing these symbols, but maybe it's because I have a big monitor. Look at AERC. I'm ticked off now. All right, guys. Well, Sidu is making a mini comeback here. So maybe, just maybe, if it takes out 320 again, inside DU. No, I just doesn't have enough. I mean, look at the volume, 37 million, 6.8 in the float. So it's certainly turned over the float. But Jamie, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You can make that suggestion. Support at trade-ideas.com. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Okay, so I'm just watching a few things. Things have definitely settled down now. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just, again, following some from top lists that I've got, see if there's anything interesting happening. I see Root is trying to make a little bit of a move, but I just think that that next high is too close, 130. We have another halt or resume, SCWO. Never seen this one before. That's a pink sheet stock, SCWO, never seen it before. Boy, Hertz is having a nice day. HTZ, guys, HTZ having a nice day. The next high looking left is 1904. Takes that out somehow. The next high is 20, over 20, 2016. MSTR, you guys were talking. I keep thinking this is Monster Beverages, but I know it isn't. Guy, what did they say? He's down 400 million or 400 billion or whatever. No, I know it's Bitcoin, but I don't know if was that MN? I don't know if Monster still trades. Oh, it does. Or is that old? Yeah, I guess it does still trade. Just a minute, please. This has been a pretty good one too. This CRGE, didn't get it. Sort of resistance that it have, probably around that 5 level, so that could be over. Oh, guys, keep an eye on this one. NTCO, NTCO. This has room 660. This has got some room. It just took out the high of 2 days ago, which was 609. Basing a little bit here, NTCO. And it's interesting. Usually this would be, yeah, usually making sure this is today's headline. Yeah. So obviously this guy was not popular because the headline is that the CEO to depart amid company reorganization. So I guess this guy was not that popular because the stock is moving higher. That's certainly a tough one on your ego, isn't it? When you get fired and the stock moves higher. But that is the news I'm seeing for NTCO right here. Oh my goodness, just give me a moment. All right, are you going to rip? Is Sidu going to rip? I mean, rip from here, or is it just going to again toy with us? Watching it, guys. I have to watch it. SIDU, obviously in it, so I don't want to see it collapse. Okay, I'm out basically flat. Don't like the way this is trading. Big topping tail here. Well, let's see. I'll reset my alert here, 320, and see if it takes it out for the 10th time. Kidding, but I mean, the volume came in too. I mean, the volume, it's a lot of volume that came in. Just looking at the relationship of that 2-minute volume bar compared to the rest of them. And so it was really good. All right, I'm just going to stick my alert at 327 for SIDU and see if it takes it out later. I mean, the volume was there. The volume was there. It just, for whatever reason, it just could not sustain the price. Meanwhile, look at Dawn. Good grief. I mean, talk about one that's all over the place through through the 200-day moving average again. I mean, look what it did in the pre-market, got up to 1722 and just collapses. All right, what is HLGN doing? HLGN, this has some room, I guess. Yeah, 351. That's the next high looking left for SLGN. Too extended right now, but let's see if it bases a little bit and pops through 3. HLGN. Well, yesterday at 11 o'clock, we had that flurry of halts for these small ones that just gave us some tremendous gains. So who knows? Maybe it'll happen again. Where's that VWAP for SIDU? 3? Okay. Well, guys, the EDU is right back up now. EDU is right back up after that big move down to 21, but it's right back up and certainly positive. Starting to challenge those the pre-market highs, which was around 23. Boy, Hertz is having, yeah, great day. I mean, hit 19. HTZ having a really nice day. Let's see if there's any new. Oh, that's on the $2 billion share buyback. So forgot that was the news for HTZ. Well, I'll try to police it more than in the stocks only. Again, if you put anything other than a specific stock in the stocks only, I'm just going to delete the post. Okay, don't get hung up. I'm just going to delete it. Don't take offense. Well, here's another one with some room, guys. SWTX. The next high is 22.33, so about 70 cents away. SWTX. PL is actually PL is actually trying to turn into a bounce play now. And that actually was from Zach Scan at 406. I don't know if anybody took it there. Yeah, I mean, we may get slow. I mean, certainly the more major stocks will usually they'll slow down until at 2 o'clock, the FOMC. But you know, a lot of the stuff that we see, I mean, I don't think Up cares about FOMC. You know, things like that. Sidu does not care about the FOMC, in my opinion, anyway. Well, this is another sort of a disappointment, I guess. EVOK still at 50%. Disappointing because it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I know a lot of us were thinking if it could take out 4, it might have a run. Is what it got to in the pre-market. All right, guys, market is now putting in a red bar. A fairly substantial one. Let's see if this holds. All right, guys. Well, yeah, I'm just kind of biding my time now. You know, you might want to keep an eye on ACAD. Okay, it's been obviously it had that big pop in the pre-market on, well, call it news. But if it can take out this 1830 level, it may have a run. So I'm going to stick actually 1847. I'm going to stick an alert up here, 1847, and see if it can have a run from there. Otherwise, I'm just not interested. Yeah, but we're definitely kind of stuck here. I mean, I haven't had a new alert for quite a while. All right, well, I guess it's an opportunity just to talk a little bit about trade ideas. And first of all, welcoming people to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. Proud of it. So what I did was I just popped in my homepage link. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry for Alpha is the promo code you can use. That will get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans. And it's the only software you'll ever need. That's what it says. Annual, monthly, premium standard. 2,000 for the premium annual, less the 15%. Standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which is doing nothing again today, really. I would not start off with an annual. Okay, you can just try us out, go monthly. At any time, you can always, if you want to take on an annual, we will honor that 15%. So try us out first. You can try the standard at 118, the premium at 228, less the 15% for the first month only. Now, if you want to stay with a monthly subscription, which is perfectly all right, then just know that that's what you will pay going forward after that first month. If you do take out a subscription, do this first. Whatever, like the first thing you should do is let's get started. It's software, okay? There is a learning curve. So do the let's get started. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos. Starts off with a download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Spend the 30 minutes. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. There's the Acadia, guys. I mentioned the Acadia on that break, ACAD. Trade of the week. It is free. You can sign up for it right here. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Once you've taken the let's get started, then you can take a look at the education section. You can take a look at the user guide. Do not get overwhelmed, okay, with how much there is. All I would do at the beginning, you should have already done the getting started. I would take a look at the channel bar, which I'm going to go over in a bit. It has a lot of different layouts and scans that we've created. You should know the basics, like what is an alert window? What is a top list window? Why would you use one over the other, and how to create them if you do want to create your own scans. Afterwards, you can start looking at setting price alerts on the charts, putting sound alerts, things like that. You can start looking at this, but at the beginning, just concentrate on these first 4 sections. Daily support. Today is Wednesday, so in our YouTube room, I take a break between 12 and 1. In our YouTube room, one of the other traders does take over. And today is Wednesday, so I believe that is Jamie today. Used to be Steve, but now it's Jamie. Steve is on Thursdays now. So before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. And then Chris will be there when I shut the main room down at 3:30. Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Lots of support. Daily webinars. So we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week is Monday and Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, if you are new to trading, please take a look at this great little series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so please, there's a learning curve to trading. There's a learning curve to our software, and there is definitely a learning curve to trading. So we try to give you some basics right here in the Back to Basics. In the last section on my homepage, my scans. So if you click here on my scans, here are my scans that I am sharing. So for instance, these are the two main ones, pre-market actives up and down that I use in the pre-market to kind of get set for the day a little bit. I also have a gap up and gap down that I use in the pre-market. You'll hear me refer to Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. Okay, but here are the scans that I am sharing. So I don't share a layout, but you can pick and choose the types of scans that you're looking for. Give me a moment as I size the window. There is no relative volume. So I'm answering a question in our YouTube room. There is no relative volume for single stock windows on Trade Idea web-based version. Okay, I don't ever use the web, but let me just check to make sure that is correct. If that's what it is, that's what it is. But you can always, I'm sure you can always add it. No, I see relative volume. Maybe you're on a really early version or something, but I see it right here. In just a minute, I'll just move it over. I see it right there, relative volume, 0.78 as an example for Apple. So I'm not sure what you're looking at, Chess. Okay, this is the web-based version, and there's the relative volume right there, just like it is on our downloadable app version. Okay, can you see that? Well, William is just talking about EMWP. Just look above you, Sam. I have no other opinion. Okay, Chess, I want to move on. If you can see what I'm showing, I loaded the single stock window in the web-based version, and there's the relative volume. So, and there's nothing to add. It's just like here. I mean, it's just as automatic. So if you're not seeing it, it must be some really, or do you have it shrunk down or something? I don't know. Maybe you have to elongate the single stock window a little bit. Okay, Chess, I have to move on. I just have to know if you heard me and you can see what I did. Really helps, guys. If you ask me a question, you know, that I'm not on mute. All right. Well, I'm sorry, Chess, but I've got to move on. I'm demonstrating that the relative volume is there in our web-based version, at least what I've got. So I'm not sure what you're seeing. So when you say you can't get it to work, when you click on in new and you click on single stock, and this, you don't see this window and you don't see relative volume. Oh, I know, Jamie, you hear me, but I have to, and if you don't see it, I don't know what to do. You're going to have to go to our true tech support. I mean, there's nothing to get it to work. Is that's I guess what I'm trying to say. You just load the single stock window and it's there along with volume, you know, the last price and all that. There's nothing to do. I mean, when you say you're trying, there's nothing to do. Um, well, it's in new. Okay. I mean, the web-based version is a little bit different, right? It's not in configure, it's in new and then single stock window. And if you're talking about in configure, I mean, if you search for, you know, I don't use this at all. I don't even know if it's here in the app because I mean, it's automatically here. It's just automatic. I don't even know if I search on it. Yeah, I guess it is. You can, but you found it? Okay, good, 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 good. Okay. Oh no, I trade live, Brian. What you see here is when I demonstrate this here is in the simulator. Okay, any trades I might take here is in the simulator, but I trade live on my IB account. Okay, guys, let me just keep rolling on the explanation about what Trade Ideas is and all. So what we are is a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So on my homepage, I was showing you all the scans that I'm sharing, but we have a ton more up here. If you click from our toolbar, you click on new and then docked channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. So my advice is, you know, you're just starting out, you know, take a look at some of these theme-based channels. So a very popular one is the momentum channel, as an example. So here's a momentum channel or a momentum scan within the momentum channel. So take a look at SOI. So these are real-time alerts. So why you're seeing this at 10:33, and I know the time is 10:47 Eastern time. When you load any new alert window, or you're going to see the last alert that happened. So at 10, well, in fact, here we go. I'm just mentioning Acadia right here, guys. When on that 8:20 break. So there's Acadia right there making new highs. That's what we're really good at. So if you right click on the alert window, mine also, if you take some of mine, and then click on configure. So right click the window and then click on configure and then click on summary. You will see what the scan is looking for. Okay, so these icons are the filter icons. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume, that relative volume is at least 3, means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. So if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. That's why we see Acadia over and over again as it kept making a little new high. Okay. And that's what we're really good at. These are what we call event-based scanners. You create the event and then you wait for the trigger, wait for the alerts. So if you like this scan as an example, and you like it exactly the way it is, then all you have to do is right click, and then you duplicate it into a free floating window. What you're trying to do there is to take it out of this layout, okay? And it appeared on my other monitor, and here it is. So here's LRX. So if you like it the way it is, then all you have to do then is right click and then save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in the cloud. And the reason I say if you like it the way it is, if you want to make a change, for instance, again, right click, configure, summary, you see what it's looking for, but you might look at that and go, you know what, I love the concept, but I'd rather have a different price range. So maybe you want between 10 and 100. Okay, click on the summary, you see how it has changed. So if you like it the way it is now, then you say, okay, now you can save it to the cloud. So really all I'm trying to show you, if you like the scan the way we created it, then you just, take it out of the layout, duplicate it into a free floating window and then save it to the cloud. Or once you've taken it out of the window, then you can make an adjustment if you want to, and then save it to the cloud. Okay. And so the concept now is to go through the different scans, different channels, and here's our explosive winner channel. And if you liked one of these scans, save it to the cloud. Okay. So we have a lot of scans that we've created for you, including the ones that I am sharing with you. So again, if you don't want to create any scans ever, well, I mean, we probably have enough to get you going, maybe forever. But of course, if you do want to create your own scans, you can. So if I go to an alert window and I right click and I click on configure, and then I click on search instead of summary. When you see these icons, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. And I almost exclusively just use the new high of the day and new low of the day. But of course, we have a lot more. And when you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. Do not get hung up on how many we have and think to yourself, man, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. What the company did when the company started in 2003, boy, it's almost 20 years. They really thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language. So what they did was they tried to create enough alerts and filters for the majority of our customers. They could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we have. It's just we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we tried to create like a full array of alerts and filters. Okay. Shoot, I wish I had taken the ACID. I just got a little distracted at my spiel. But One of the things I try to do in the room though is just point out opportunities, okay? I mean, obviously I cannot, every opportunity that I'm pointing out, I cannot take. I mean, it would just be too much. I just try to point out some opportunities. If it makes sense to you, great. If it doesn't, then you don't do it. But I'm not ever telling anybody what to buy or sell. Okay, a word about our premium service that has the AI, which, yeah, I mean, I listen, people ask, do I trade the AI? I will if I see something I like, but I certainly am not glued to it. Okay. Um, I know they're trying to revamp it. I know I've said that this probably sounds like 2 years, but I know they are trying to, in fact, give it a different look. But it is what it is today. And if you have our premium service, you just click on new. Why I'm telling you it like this is that try to make it really simple for yourselves. Okay, click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And when you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. So here's an alert of VST to short. Just give me one moment, please. Give me one moment. So make it easy on yourself. I mean, so this is an alert that came in at 10:32. A suggested entry 2368. There's your stop. Pretty tight stop. How you trade it will be up to you. This was a short. It's starting to work a little bit here. But how you trade it will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, well, if I get an alert, how do I trade it? That's why you have to have some trading experience. We do not believe in auto trading at all. I know a lot of people just want to be able to take every trade and auto trade them. We don't agree with it at all. I never take a trade. So in other words, if I got this alert here, the first thing I do is I click on the alert and I check to see what the chart is doing. Okay. I check to see what the market's doing quickly. Do I want to go long anything if the market is tanking? Probably not. Do I want to go short something if the market is moving, really higher? Probably not. But on the other hand, if the chart setup still looks good and maybe they've got specific news to the company, then that will override my thinking about what the overall market's doing. But that, is when you've got to have some trading experience. Well, it depends what you mean by Santos option tools. We're not going to be scanning for options if that's what you mean. But I mean, I think I've already shown you the option filters that we have. I think anyway. I think you've asked that question before. If you haven't, then I'll show it. I'll show them to you. But scanning for options, no. I mean, will it ever happen? Maybe, but it's not a priority for the company. Hey, give me a moment, please, guys. All right, I'm back. I haven't seen Dak for a while, Zach. Haven't seen Dak for a while. He floats in every now and then, and when he floats in, he usually sticks around for a couple of weeks, and then he takes off. No, can't do that, Femi. Sorry. We're not. One thing we're not good at is comparing intraday candles. Okay. Well, Pavlin, I think, comes in as another name every now and then, so I don't. Keep an eye on AERC, guys, and we don't have we don't have we don't have 8 EMAs and 20. We don't have EMAs at all, Femi. Number one, okay. So you cannot backtest with a regular subscription, Jamie. I mean, I think we gave you 10 freebies just to test it out, but no, you need our premium subscription if you want to backtest. All right, I guess I have to pay a little attention to this AERC. I mean, it's actually settling down a little bit. If it takes out this, what did it get up to today? It got up to what, 1565? Yeah, so my question in our YouTube room, do you need our standard or can you backtest with our standard service? And the answer is we give you 10 freebies to backtest, to try our backtester. But if you want to get really into it, you do need our premium service. Backtesting is something that I think, I don't know, 1% of our customers do, maybe. Well, Harish, I know you want to trade. I know you asked this question yesterday. I mean, it's a difficult trader, Harish. It's just difficult to trade. I've set like I think I've got a little price alert, maybe above 1530, but it's a difficult trader. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart today. You know, other than that first, the first 15 and then the next one, but after that, look how choppy it is. Topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, the only we can say is that the high yesterday was 1748. So, I mean, there's room. So, but it's a if you're new to trading, and I know you're new, I think that, this is something that you just have to back off of. What is backtesting? Backtesting is creating an alert window and then saying, okay, let's just say for argument's sake, let's take an alert window. The basic new highs. So it's saying, okay, with these conditions, the price is between 1 and 20, the current volume is 8, etc. And stocks makes a new high, okay, for the day. What would have happened if I took every single trade over, and the most you can do is say over the last 63 trading days. If I took every single trade where these conditions were met, what would have happened? Okay, and that is backtesting. And it'd be some of our customers, they get really into it, but it's Meanwhile, Acadia is just ripping here. So again, well, don't then you just forget AERC. Seriously, Harish, just forget about it. Okay. I mean, it's a difficult one to trade. I would just forget about it. I mean, it's been, it looks, it's just difficult to trade. And Harish, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I mean, that even for so-called seasoned traders, AERC to me is a very difficult one to trade intraday. I mean, we track it because it's somewhat exciting and it has big ranges and it had news and all that sort of stuff, but certainly not, it's not easy it's not easy to do. You can backtest, yes, you can backtest based on a list of, if you just want to backtest on a list of stocks, it has to be, all you do is create your alert window and then attach it into that alert window, your symbol list. And yeah, you can backtest on just your symbols or your stocks that you like to see. You can do that, yes. No, you need our premium service to backtest chess. I mean, the big reason people take our premium service is yes, for the AI, but again, if you're into backtesting, you need our premium service. So I mean, the premium service consists of, so it's not like it can say, well, can I just have backtesting for a certain price? No. Yeah, I mean, if you found a strategy, so the question is, so basically backtesting based on a strategy to create a trading plan. Yeah, I mean, if your trading plan was to, if you thought you could create an alert window, an event, we'll call it an event, and you backtest it and it looks pretty good, then yeah, that could be your trading plan. Remember though, that what backtests well today may look terrible next week. Okay, that's the problem, because market conditions change. And so it's a constant tinkering process, so you may put, a relative volume, minimum volume, other filters in place, and you backtest it and it looks good. And then next week it looks terrible. Okay, so then you start maybe changing the values that you've been using in the backtester, or maybe you take a filter out and add one in. I mean, that is painstakingly difficult. Okay. And I mean, I used to do it a long time ago, but you know, I just I don't know. I'm not even sure, even if I had the time, I'm not sure I would do it. I mean, if I back tested this, it would probably look terrible. I don't care. I want to see the alerts I get from my basic new highs and lows. I don't get so many of them that I'm overwhelmed. So, I would rather get the alert and check to see if what's happening. And if I like it, great. very, very ticked off at myself for not taking the Acadia. But question was, what are the sectors doing now? Let's take a look. So I'm going to go to the dock channel bar, and then I'm going to go to the layout that I created that shows the change from the close. I'm sorry, the change from the open. We'll probably have a very, yeah, so look at this. So for instance, look at energy, guys. So this is a different look. Remember, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, it was all about the change from the close. And every single sector was positive, though energy was about 50-50. So now we're looking at the change from the open. 100%, what does that mean? 100%. That means that every single oil stock that or energy stock that makes up XLE is down from the open. So the stock opened and it's moved down. So energy, obviously, if you were trying to play an energy play right now, you're going against the grain. You know, but you can see there are a lot of the sectors, you know, at one point, again, the change from the close for technology 10 minutes before the open, 10 minutes before the open, I mean, it was about 90% were up from the open, but now you can see 55% of them are only 55% of the technology stocks are up from the from the open. So it gives you a very, very, very different look. Always, you know, use the change, use, you know, and I have to admit, I mean, it was years, I just always used the change from the close. But I have, well, I would have taken it if I'd been able to pay a little more attention, EJ, okay? You know, what I'm doing, of course, I think I was right in the middle of my TI spiel, as I call it, my trade ideas spiel. So there's just certain times of the day where I'm not able to just concentrate 100% on trading. Well, in fact, there's really no time I can concentrate 100% on trading, but certainly when I'm doing my, you know, my little dissertation about trade ideas, it's difficult for me. And I happen to see it, so I thought I'd pass it on, and then I moved on. Okay. So there was actually nothing should have stopped me from taking it on that little break there. Nothing. So Santos, just to, you know, to complete that, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't get overboard on saying, well, you know, you need to backtest strategies to create a trading plan. I wouldn't necessarily go overboard on that. To me, a trading plan is can be very general too. What price range do I like to trade? You know, what minimum volume do I want to have? Okay, guys, there's the LYT. What did it do? It just opened. Oh my goodness. So this is going to be crazy. This is going to be absolutely insane. Not for newbies. Okay, absolutely 100% not for newbies. So the LYT just opened. This is an IPO. And how many shares with 3 million at 4 something? So you can see that it's way above the IPO price. Just give me a moment here. I'm just trying to find the. Yeah, so the IPO was priced at 475 a share. So this is what can happen with these. I can't remember how many, 2 million, 3 million, 1 million, whatever it was issued. This is what can happen. And it's halted already. I mean, it just got halted already. The only way I trade an IPO typically is give it some, and it's not easy. I mean, there's no history. It's a lot of guessing. I mean, obviously an IPO like this, which is very, very risky. I get what we're going to see probably with this one. I mean, it may pop higher once it comes out, but over the next few days, you'll probably see this come right back down to 4. Okay, so it's just the day of. It's got all this craziness. Sometimes what I'll do is I will wait a couple of hours and then put a price alert at the high of those 2 hours. And if it takes it out later on in the day, maybe I take it. Okay, but there's no like blueprint on how to trade an IPO. These are so risky. What would have been nicer is if it had opened at around 8 or 10 instead of opening, at 20. It would have been nicer. Then you can maybe start playing a bit of a move, quickly. But it just, I mean, you can't have it. We have no idea what it's going to do. And in fact, let's take a look at it where it might open when it comes out of its halt. So you see, there's no big clue right now. It's halted at 22. There's no big clue, 22.22. So if this is indeed going to be a 5-minute halt, we'll see where it opens. And this is just from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen, or this blue window that you see here is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales. So 2.6 million shares. Okay, so 2.6 million shares. Now look at Austin Gold, AUST. Boy, this has got some room, 240 is the next high looking left. It's really running here. AUST. But it's just running. It's too a little parabolic. Is it shortable? It's not shortable for, well, wait a minute. Is it shortable for me? It is not shortable. It is shortable for me. Meanwhile, Acadia just continues to make that big move. Oh, I mean, you can't, there's no, again, you're asking, what was the question? Many cases, the price goes down at the beginning. Well, it really depends on the IPO, of course. So let's take a look at LYT. So now it's starting to move down. So what I'm going to do, as crazy as it sounds, I just stick an alert up here at 22. And at some point during the day, it rips higher, maybe I take it. But this is not easy. It's not, and the only, I mean, you have to realize that, I mean, 475 IPO up at this price. I mean, it's insane. But we've seen some, especially the China ones. This is not, well, what did it say? US and India. We saw some China ones that, the first day, and same sort of thing, very low number of shares issued, low IPO price, and going to like 80, in the day. I mean, it's insane action. Well, okay. First of all, if you can get shares, I mean, something like this, you'd probably never ever be able to get shares unless you've got an in with, I don't know who the broker was. I do not see any specific news for Shopify. Do I see anything? Nope. Just looking here. I don't see any, no, I don't see any news for Shopify. Yeah. What's the next high looking left for Shopify? $320. Man, oh man, imagine this when this is $1,700. All right, guys, you know, AERC, I'm just, boy, oh boy. Well, you see, this is a sort of, harish. I mean, you look at ACAD and you just look, let me get a big chart out here, okay? And take a look at ACAD. Nothing is easy, okay? But you can kind of see that when it took out this level right here, right there, and that's where I had my alert, that there was a chance it could, now, there's no way you're going to know for sure it's going to do this, but you can just kind of see that if it could take out that level right there that I had my price alert, I think it was around 1830 or so, that if it took that out, because you're just looking at previous 15-minute candles, that it could have the potential to have a run. Now, did I know 100% for sure it was going to do this? Of course not. The other thing is take a look at all these bottoming tails. Again, we talk about bottoming tails, we talk about topping tails, and what do they mean? So again, look at all these 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. Granted, there was a topping tail there, but again, what do the bottoming tails mean? The sellers had this stock down to here, 1713. On this candle, the buyers took over and closed it up here. Sellers tried again, they knocked it down. Then they tried again, and then they tried again. All these bottoming tails. Remember, the price was down here at one point, but the buyers would take over and close it higher, and then eventually, one side just gives up for a while anyway. And so at that point, when this green bar started here, the seller said, "You know what? You can have it for a while anyway." And then, who knows? The sellers, could step back in and start to short this. So that's why it's always a tug of war all day long. And that's why we're saying to use our simulator, practice trading. The simulator, haven't talked anything about Brokerage Plus yet. I'll just pop this link in. All right, so I popped in the Brokerage Plus link. If you click on that link, you will see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you that if you have an interactive broker's account, just one moment, please. Where was I? Yeah, so there were two videos. So the short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, not available. But listen carefully. If you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay. Okay. So if the second video in that link, a lot longer, shows you in more detail how you can use this window to trade. Okay. A lot more detail. And in fact, Jamie will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And he's a big user. He's a big user of this Brokerage Plus. I don't use Brokerage Plus, okay, because what I do is I try to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Okay, so when I'm trading, I'm actually just trading from within my IB account. So you don't have, so even if you have IB or E-Trade, you don't have to use this. And it's simple to use, but as I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. So what you should see is this. You should see the window. Now to load it, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And then this with this window, you might have different columns and all, but I mean, this is all user defined. But you should see something that says not connected. And all you do is click on SIM, two choices underneath the Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says SIM. Click on SIM. That'll change to account. And then when you click on the account and then click on simulated trading default, now you're in simulation mode. Okay, paper trading mode. All you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker because it's using our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, no problem. But you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice. And it's very simple to do. All you do is you click on an alert. You'll see the symbol will show up. You click on that quantity box. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. Once you've determined that, then you click the buy button. That kind of sets it up. Quick look, as long as you want to do it, and then you send it. All right, so let's just say you wanted to take this Sidu right here, okay? I'm going to go over what time is it? 11. Wow, 11:27 already. So just quick money management, okay? How I trade is I'm always actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Okay, so I'll have a checklist, and it doesn't matter what my checklist is, because if you're starting out trading, you know, you have to figure out, I missed it. You have to figure out, you know, what style of trading you want to be, what style of trader, what suits your personality. You know, I happen to like stocks that are making new highs or new lows for the day. That's what I want to see. Doesn't mean just because a stock makes a new high or low that I take the trade immediately, but those are the areas on a chart that I'm interested in, okay? Others may want to only take a look at stocks that pull back to a certain, percentage off the high, so you have to figure out, and it's impossible to know when you first start. I didn't know. I had no idea. But over the course of time, just certain things started to make sense to me that I determined I want to be a momentum trader. So I'll have a checklist, and unless I can check everything, I don't take the trade. So I'm actually, to rephrase it, I'm actually looking for reasons not to take a trade. Now, most of the things on my checklist are already covered in the scans I create. In other words, I'm never going to see something that's outside of the price range I like, or it's not going to have a minimum volume that I'm comfortable with, or a relative volume that I want, things like that. So a lot of the things are already checked for me. And then I click on the alert, and then I start, taking a look, what is the market doing? How much room does it have when I look left on a daily, a weekly, monthly chart? Room meaning, if I'm going long something, where is the next high? Does it have room until it hits that next high? So, I'm doing a lot of that, on the fly. But, it comes with experience for me. So that's the first step. So have some kind of a trading plan. You have to figure out, your personality. How do you want to trade? So let's just say, for instance, well, I like this Sidu because it's pulled back to this level. Looks like it's holding here. I want to take the trade right here. Okay. So in the simulator, I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares. The spread is only a penny, so I can go in at the market. I'm going to click the buy button and size it up and send it. Okay, and you're going to see it's right here. So there I am in the simulator, 500 shares of SIDU at 277. That was my entry. I am going to put a stop at 257. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. And why 257? You're going to see a red line appear on the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. Okay, minus 97.55. So what that means is that if I allow this to get down to 97 or 257, it will take me out for approximately a $100 loss. Because that's the next step. You can check every box and it could look fantastic. The room is talking about it. It even had great news. But guess what? Sometimes even if everything aligns, the trade is still not going to work for whatever reason. You just have to accept it. So that's why how I trade is so important. I put a stop in. In other words, the stop is, okay, it's not working. I'm going to, if it gets down to this price, I'm out of the trade. It's that simple. I don't think about it. I don't guess. I just get out of the trade. So hopefully that makes sense. But now your next question really should be, well, how do I know where to place my stop? It makes sense, but how do I know where a good stop is? So how I trade typically is maybe sizing up a 5-minute chart, no less than a 5-minute chart. And I check to see if there's a lot of action at a certain price. And so if it moves down below that price, I want to be, in other words, a support area. I want to be out of the trade. But my idea of support and another person's may be very different. So this is what I would do. I would practice it this way. I would take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. The reason being is that is a defined price. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what the low of the previous 5-minute candle is. So if you do all that, that is going to share size you. How? Okay. The other aspect is if you had a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. In other words, if a trade works against you, you don't want to be out $1,000. Okay. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100. How much you're going to risk will, be dependent on your account size. But in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100. And that is going to share size me. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. Why I took 500 here? I wanted to make the math easy. The entry price was 277. I put my stop at 257, not because it was, really where I should have, but it's 20 cents away, notice. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay, again, this wanted to make the math super simple. So I will not be taking the same number of shares every trade. And I'm also always risking the same amount per trade. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount the same every trade within reason. And you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. So if your risk amount is going to be, say, $100, basically what you're doing is you have your entry, you know what your stop is, you subtract the two and you divide that into 100. You can set up an Excel spreadsheet that'll quickly then tell you how many shares you can take. But that's why you've got to practice. No, I don't believe in that, Santos. I don't believe in a like a 1% or 2% or anything like that. I don't think that's scientific enough. And that's like saying, well, every one of all my stops are 10 cents away or 20 cents away. I like to base my stops on, we'll call it some kind of, well, I'll use the term loosely, some kind of science, okay? A support area, or again, the low of the previous 5-minute candle. I don't say, well, every stop is 1% away from my entry. I mean, if you want to do that, go ahead. You can practice, see how that works, but that's not how I trade. All right, guys, so now what is happening here? So the next stage is okay, if you agree with everything I've said, and yes, I'll put a stop, practice in the simulator. Do not start trading until you can make money in the simulator. Even if you can make money in the simulator, does not necessarily mean you'll be able to make money once you start trading for real, okay? Why? Here's why. And I may get stopped out of here. I want to show you this. I may get stopped out, see how that works. Now, you might have all the best intentions in the world to obey your stop. You hear me say that all the time. Obey your stop, obey your stop. But sometimes you let your ego get in the way and you cannot believe it's not working. And so you start second guessing where you put your stop. You start saying, well, maybe it was too tight. Yeah, I know it's the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Maybe it should have been the low of the previous 10-minute candle. You start second guessing everything. And so instead of that minus 100, in other words, the $100 that you were willing to risk on the trade, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss until you finally give up and you sell it and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Number one. Number two, almost as bad, is not obeying your stop. So now you're down $200, $300, $400, and then it turns around. And now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. My experience over, many years of not obeying my stop and, trying to be stubborn is obeying my stop has allowed me to continue trading, not as a profession, because I'm not a professional, but, make a living trading, having good money management and not worrying about getting stopped out. You get stopped out, you move on. Another way to look at it is that you can always get back into the trade later if it sets up sort of the same way and just say, well, you know what? Maybe I was a little bit early. Maybe market conditions changed. There's a lot of reasons why something doesn't work, but maybe I can get back in now. Commissions are so cheap that that's not a reason for not getting or not getting out of a trade. Well, all I can say, Santos, is that's not how I trade. Putting a fixed percentage as my stop. Now, if you're talking about what, like how much you're going to risk based on your portfolio per trade, that's different. I can't tell you. I mean, I know if you go on the internet, you probably see some say 2%, 1.5%, 1%. Some might say 3%. I can't guide you there. You know, it's going to have to be. So in other words, if you had a, if you had a $5,000 account, give me a moment. Minutes. I'm seeing the market moving this. So if you had a $5,000 account and you read somewhere where, wow, you could risk 2% of your of your account on a trade. Okay, that would be then you're risking $100. It's pretty simple math. But I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, that's what you should do. Now, the other thing about my stop is the worst I want to do in a trade. Okay, that's the absolute worst I want to do. So, but if I look at it, if I get into something, I just don't like the way it's trading. Maybe when I got into the trade, maybe the market was, not going against me, and all of a sudden, big red candles appear. I might say to myself, you know what? I want to get out now ahead of my stop, and that's my prerogative. So my stop is the worst I want to do on a trade. So for instance, if I said, you know what? I just don't like the way this is trading now. I click on the alert and I click flatten. These are hotkeys and that gets me out of the trade. So these are hotkeys. If I highlight a trade, flatten gets me out. I can get out at half or I could double my position. Of course, I could have gone down into the box and picked how many shares I want to get out. But these are just some hotkeys that can get you out of a trade quickly if you want. Yeah, and Hall is making a good point too. I mean, if you're constantly getting stop out of your trades, well, obviously you better change your either your style, re-examine why are you taking these trades. I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting stopped out. I mean, it's part of trading. But if you're constantly getting stopped out of trades, you better, examine your plan, like why you're taking those trades in the first place. Ooh, things have slowed down a lot, guys. I'm not getting too many new alerts. 11:41 already. So what I'm going to do now is I just want to confirm it is Jamie in our YouTube room today. I'm pretty sure it is. Always like to do a confirmation though. And again, if you're Jamie uses Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. Okay, so he does trade using Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. So if you've got questions about using Brokerage Plus, even if you don't have E-Trade, it doesn't matter. But Jamie's your man, and he'll be there in about 15 minutes or so. Okay. So don't understand the question, Santos. Can the stop be to the? Don't understand your question. Well, again, Santos, you've got to practice. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, I don't. I mean, but if you want to practice, you're talking about. Again, I know what you mean. Is it near the to the close? You mean the low of the day, or there's no right or wrong way. Okay, that's why you should practice using the simulator. I mean, if you're going to put, some people will say, I'm going to put the stop at the low of the day. That's fine. You want to do that. That means you're not going to be taking too many shares generally, which is okay. Because I mean, your stop is probably going to be pretty darn wide. But Azek, let me take a look at Azek from Real. Definitely a nosedive here. Wow. Almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is down here at 1634. And this is shortable. But is this going to be bounceable? It's coming on Zach Scan. It's coming on Zach Scan as a potential bounce. And by the way, again, if you're new to trading, I mean, bounce plays are extremely difficult. Trying to take something that has been, hit hard and then playing a bounce, extremely difficult if you're new to trading. Even if you're not new to trading, they're not easy. And the reverse, trying to short something that looks like it's gone parabolic to the upside, they're not easy. Is Clorox good for a bounce? Let's take a look at Clorox. A question is from our YouTube room. Is Clorox good for a bounce? Well, I mean, obviously it's in a horrible downtrend, number one. There's no bounce right now. I mean, there is no clue that this is going to bounce yet. It's just kind of basing here. If I were, I mean, I don't trade this price, but it would probably have to get above that high, that previous, that 121.64 or so before I would consider that maybe a bounce is in store. And you might think, well, I'm giving up 50 cents. Yeah, but it's a $121 stock. So, but right now there is nothing is telling you that a bounce is imminent. And it's not moving with the market. I mean, the market is putting in three, no, they're not wide candles, but the market is putting in almost, well, 30 minutes plus 13 minutes. So 43 minutes or so. I'm sorry, 32 minutes up. And this is not following the market at all. So whoa. See how that looked like maybe that 18 was going to hold for the AZEK. So if again, you get into anything, you got to have a stop, but that's why these are difficult. Like, where is it going to stop? Where is it going to stop? So I have confirmed that it is Jamie. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about maybe 10 minutes or so. And so before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. No, I don't, Shady. I may not see them. No, I may not see them. That's all. Give me an idea. All right, guys, keep an eye on Evoc, EVOK. Keep an eye on EVOK. Look what it's trying to do here. I got up to 4, and it's just kind of basing here. Just for fun, let's just take some in the simulator. Then again, I'm going to do this. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to put a stop at 301. Again, 20 cents away. Not because every stop's 20 cents away. Just trying to make the math simple. Okay. And then that red line will appear on the chart. Approximately minus 100. Okay, minus that 97.50. Okay, so no, nice short. Yeah, great short. Obviously for the TNON. I'm assuming that was a short call by real. See this here. Now, one of the columns I like to have is the distance from the exit price. You notice I took out this SIDU. I got out at what, 267. Okay. You see where, and I have the distance from the exit price column. What you want to see when you get out of a trade is a nice big negative number, because there are. It's all well and good to kind of have your checklist to know when you're going to take a trade, but the other aspect, of course, is, well, when am I going to start taking profit? When do I get out of a trade ahead of my stops? Sometimes, okay, but when am I going to start getting out of the trade? So what this is telling me right now is that where I got out of the trade, it's 12 cents under, which is, of course, what you want to see. That's going to tell you, wow, good, that was a good exit, as opposed to something that says plus $1, which means, man, oh man, that depends on the price of the security, of course. But that said, if that said turns around and says plus $1, I might go, wow, did I ever leave a lot of money on the table? So it's a good way to kind of gauge how good are my exits. Okay, how good are my exits? And I think this must be fixed now, because what the max P&L is telling me is, the other thing is, this says only $2.45. So if when I was in this trade and I got out at the absolute top penny, I would have made $2.45. More importantly, though, what if that said $500? So at one point I would have been up $500 in the trade, and then I allow it to take myself out for a $50 loss. Obviously not good money management, right? Makes sense? So that's why I like to have the max P&L. Of course, the total P&L is telling me what I did, and the distance from the exit price gives me a good idea about how good are my exits. Whew. Well, this is going to turn into some kind of an awesome short. I mean, it's almost an all-time low now. Almost an all-time low. And we were talking over, I guess, the previous month. 1634, yeah. So we're about $1 from an all-time low for Azek. All right, guys. So again, I'm assuming Jamie is going to show up in about 5 minutes or so. So what I'm going to do is I will put the YouTube link in. And you can head over to YouTube when Jamie gets there. He's not there yet. And he'll be there between 12 and 1. Jamie is way more of a swing trader than I am also. Though I don't think the guys are swing trading very much the last couple of months. By the way, you can practice swing trading in the simulator. If I don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it just carries forward. So you can practice swing trading using the simulator. Yes, Santos. And again, it's just a matter of developing your own style. You know, these are my thoughts, of course, but everybody has to develop their own style. Yeah, so Max, if you're talking about when you get an alert, will it automatically load into another charting program? No, but you can link to most charting programs. No, there's no way to do it. I see what you're saying. No, there's no way. You can't do it from within trade. So the question from our YouTube room was, I mean, would there be a way to, for instance, if I get an alert, will it just automatically load into the window? No, onto the chart. Now, there is a way if you use surfing, but that's not exactly what we're talking about. Surfing, what that does, it will load charts automatically, but it's not, these are not alert windows. It takes a look at the top list windows that you might have. If you have any top list windows up, then it'll look at the top 3 as you have them sorted. Okay. And so it'll go to one top list window. It'll go through the top 3 as you have them sorted. Then it'll go to the next top list window, and it'll keep loading those symbols. Also, if you have your price alerts window, it'll load the top 3 again as you have them sorted. See how it is changing automatically. Yeah. Okay. So you understand the alert. Okay. Yeah. Not for alert windows. No. So the question was, so you do understand idea surfing. Yeah. Not for alert windows though. No. And just to put a stamp on this one, you can pause a chart. So in other words, if you're in surfing and you see a chart you like, you can always pause it, but just by going to the chart, the surfing is paused. You'll check up here, you see how it's surfing now. And when I go to a chart, it changes to paused. And then when I back off the chart, it resumes surfing. Surfing is kind of cool because you can kind of kick back and just let the system load charts for you. And you might go, wow, I like that one. And you just go to the chart and you say, yeah, well, remember this one from yesterday, guys, the CMRA. Okay, Jamie, you were there. No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. And I know I have the room off. It's not on mute. But if you want to take over, you can. I don't know why I can never hear you, Jamie.
Hello, Barry.
There you are. Now I can hear you. There's that
Hello.
melodious voice. All right. You want to take over?
Hello, Barry. Hello, everybody. I believe I've got the screen now, Barry, so you are good to go, sir.
Okay. I will. I'll mute my.
See you back here in about an hour. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Jamie. I'll be your host for the next hour while Barry takes a well-deserved break. All right, Barry, we'll see you later on. Okay, hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. Of course, everybody is probably already aware that this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So any questions that you do have about TI Pro, any of the windows, functionality, anything, just let me know and I'll do my best to answer your question. Hello, Jamie. Hey, nice name, by the way. Okay, so I'm assuming everybody can see and more importantly, hear me. Hello, Jim. Okay, looks like we're good to go. Right on, Jamie. Um, so yeah, it's not a bad day for sure, Brian. Hello, Bill. Well, hey, what can I say right now? Everybody knows what's been going on in the old market as of late. Looks like we're trying to find a stopping point or maybe a little capitulation here. But as we can see here on the daily, right down to this level over here. Let me get my pluma. Okay, so finding some support for now, going all the way back to this area. And always like to got my weekly hiding back here as well. And also pretty much the same thing that we have going on, finding support from back in this area as well. So is this the bottom? It is for now. We'll just have to see what happens moving forward. Hey, Blue. Yeah, the ADX filter. Let's just get that thing pulled up here. Okay, so ADX, or yeah, that is what you said. Yeah, average directional index. You know what? It's been a long time since I even looked at this filter. But I tell you what, let's just take one right out from the 1-2 playbook here. Let's look at the definition of it first, in case there are people out there that are curious as to what it is. And here we have it right here. Average directional index. Look at the daily chart and use a 14-period smoothing factor. So it helps us figure out if the stock is trending or not. Less than 25 indicates sideways or choppy motion. Values between 30 and 50 typically indicate a strong trend, right? So let's just do this. I'm going to duplicate just one of my favorite Momo windows here, which has a very simple filter complement. Just looking for stocks hitting a high of the day, using just this one alert, new high, and a rather small filter set with the emphasis being on relative volume, right? Looking for stocks that are doing at least 3x on the relative side or higher. Had to have kicked out 100,000 shares already. Max price about $1.50. Let's see. I'm reading your other comment there, Blue. Yeah, okay. So first and foremost, if we wanted to add ADX here, let's just do that real quick. Add the filter. And then for the setting, I'm assuming you're going to want to find, well, we could do two different versions here. If we wanted to find things that were kind of moving sideways on the daily, we'd use that lower setting. So less than 25 sideways or choppy market. So we're going to do two different versions. All right. Sideways and choppy, because we've got that setting at a max of 25 on this one, right? And then we're going to duplicate it. And we're going to say on this one, we want to look for more trending stocks. And of course, with this configuration being a day, it's more of an intraday momentum, it might produce some interesting stuff on the daily, but you never know until you try. So now on this one, we're going to use 30 and 50 as the min-max. And theoretically, should be trending. All right. So let's see if these are going kind of sideways on the daily. And, not too sideways, but interesting nonetheless. Of course, a lot of things are put in this little wick bottom today, I bet. It's going to be kind of hard to find things that have just been moving sideways in lieu of recent market conditions. Now, of course, this fits the bill right here. Nice sideways movement. And I'm sure that if we scanned through the history here, we'd find more that are more conducive, like we're seeing right here in BIOT. Of course, that's an acquisition company. That is also a characteristic of these SPACs. They move sideways until one day they take a pop. Everybody's probably familiar with that. Now let's take a look at some of the ones that might be trending. Well, 2 days doesn't necessarily make a trend. Ntco, okay, the beginning of some sideways action here. But once again, market conditions, you're going to find a lot of patterns are looking similar. I was looking at this little guy earlier, but it's pretty thin, this dune. Definitely was sideways action before this guy took its little gap up there. So blue, that's pretty straightforward with those settings. Of course, as I said earlier, since this is a day momentum scanner, might not be the most applicable place for it. It'd probably be more applicable in one of your uh, like something that's looking for better swing trades, right? But those settings, max of 25 is typically going to be used to find things going sideways, and the 30 to 50 values, min 30 and max 50, would be the settings that you'd want to use for things that are beginning to trend. Now, as to your second question here, stocks that are up yesterday and stocks that were up 2 days ago, what filter configuration would find both? And is there one better for day one versus day two? Well, my mind immediately goes to, sorry, I don't know why I'm getting so much lag on this, but this top list right here, just positive change from the open. And these little guys usually, for example, CMRA, one big day, and we're in the second big day. So this is always going to be a great list for just finding those, whether you're looking in the middle of the market session or waiting until the end of the day, you're going to find some of those here. Let's see, top just cycled down on me. Of course, AERC, that's been on a lot of people's radars as of late because, well, after that first 1-2 day, a little pullback, and then this thing's just been powering up. Some Auvi was the other. Yep, applied UV, having some massive upswings, riding on the coattails of AERC. But this list right here, it's very simple, and we're just looking at change from the open. But typically when you have a stock that has a big up day on the first day, and then, stock's been sleeping or consolidating for a while, has that big up day. What was the one from the other day? I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it was one that Barry just took off his watch list because I'm like, how did I miss that one? And Barry had just removed it from his watch list as well. But in any case, this is a great little top list to find those stocks in a relatively simple format, without trying to dial in the days specifically. Up yesterday, and then we're up 2 days ago. Yeah, because blue, when we're looking at change, the family of change filters, for example, let's just get those up and take a look. Those are great for identifying big moves in a certain time period, but we can't string them together, right? And of course, those are only going to go up to, I thought we had change. No, I guess we don't have a daily for that one. But, there's other ways to look for that type of move. So that's a real simple way to find those types of stocks. They're not all going to fit the bill, but you should be able to find a nice assortment just by watching a list of this nature. There's Optum or Optin on its 3rd consecutive day there. Hello, Marlon. Yeah, and that's been an issue with the linking, Marlon. I know that it's been a hot topic of conversation in the development team meetings lately because IB was working great for years and years, and then something went wacky, and they're trying to figure it out. All right. So, have you been to the live chat yet with linking help? If you haven't, then they might have a little bit more information than I currently do. We were just discussing, it's been a hot topic of conversation over the past 3 days and even last week. So you might want to hit the live chat and see if they've got a remedy for you there. I'd love to give you the magic bullet, but I just don't have it available to me right now. But it has been, it's a known issue and we're working to resolve it. We don't know if something broke on their end or if it's with ours, but we're actively working to resolve it. Okay, perfect. All right, Blue,
Jamie,
just
can you
checking
hear
out your
me?
last post there. Up for
Maybe
the last
Jamie
2
can't hear me.
days and see which ones are holding support line, moving average, or VWAP. Okay, so consecutive days, that's what comes to mind. All right, so let's just do this. Let's duplicate a top list. And I don't know if consecutive is going to be available in the top list. Let's check it out. I think it is. Okay, there we go. All right. So once again, thanks, Barry. You're supposed to be on your break, sir, unless that's Chris. Okay, up for the last 2 days, and then see which ones are holding a support line. Okay, well, let's knock out the first part first. Well, thank you very much, Barry. You are a trooper, sir. Up 2 days. So we're going to use consecutive days. We're going to add the filter. Now, blue, does it matter if it's up more than 2 days, or do you want to see them right at just only up 2 days, not 3, not 4, right? I think that's probably what you want. Stock was up at least 2 days, but if we want, nope, up 2 days. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. The stock was up exactly 2 days in a row. That knocks out that part of the equation. Now, a pivot, I was going to ask you, we have to define moving average or VWAP, right? So what we could do, you want to throw a moving average at me? Okay, so I've got volume today at 200,000 in there. Maybe that will suffice for the volume requirement. But as far as a moving average or VWAP, we could just install the filters as columns. So we can do a little bit of both and then give it the old eyeball. So we'll install VWAP1 as a column. Now you use the word pivot. So we have selections here. We could say distance from resistance 1 or 2, support 1 or 2, or pivot. And then I see you want the 5-day average in there. Okay, well, let's do that real quick. You want position and 5-day range? I think that might do it. Let's just show the column and then we'll take a look-see. All right, let's rank them by volume. Now, as far as where you want to see them in the 5-day, did you want to see them in the middle or close to the top or close to the bottom? Because obviously Optin is, doing this, and position and 5-day range, it's currently hitting, it's 26% above the 5-day range. So did you want to see them less than 100%, right? Like these guys down here, like CVM is let's see what the value is there, is in the 99th percentile, right, of its 5-day range, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it looks like it's punching through as we speak, right? Notice how that cylinder filled up just when I went up here and looked and went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're just above that high, right? We've got the 2 consecutive up days. Well, we've also got 3 consecutive up days. So blue, is this getting close, or do you want me to try to dial these in and only see them if they're, between 90 and 95% of their 5-day range, or what are you thinking there? And then we could take it one step further here and also let us know how many, I thought I dialed it in for only 2 consecutive up days. And that's what we're seeing here. McDonald's. That's not looking like 2 consecutive up days to me. This guy is KZR. but this one just looks like an erroneous. That one just doesn't look right for some reason. ALSU, 2 consecutive up days, and I could just tell by the chart without even looking up here, that's an acquisition corp. All right, Blue, let's see what you got here. Right, and when I was fiddling around with this top list down here earlier and I went to the change filters, well, I was a little bleary. I'm like, okay, I was looking for consecutive up days, not change. So this filter setting here is going to show you pretty much anything that's up 2 consecutive days, right? With a min of 2 and a max of 2, right? And then you'll just have to kind of look at some of these things that you might want to reference as, pivots or, support or, 5-day range, right? Or if you want to see anything or, just size it up by the cylinder here. Obviously, the full green ones have surpassed their full day range. So you might be onto something here as far as the concept, right? Because, if we take a look at some of these and the open, they were probably below their 5-day range and then they crept above it, right? So if we look at the open here today, we were at 51.80. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 51.80 cruised on up to 52.57. Looks like the break point there, right? But if you had this dialed in to where you're catching them, more in the, say, 75th percentile of the 5-day range, that gives you a little bit more lead time, okay? Allows you to be a little bit more predictive. Okay, if this guy goes up here and busts that 5-day high, that could be your trigger, which would be this line right here. I'll just put a little arrow there just to help show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That little topping wick right there. It got through it, and it's looking strong. We look over here at the 10 period on the 15 minutes. Looks like it's in control today thus far, right? Tried to get a little bleedy here, but reclaimed it, right? And so just kind of eyeballing this daily chart here as to the room that might be had. We're looking up here, potential move to 54 if the momentum keeps going, right? Whereas these guys already did their thing. Okay, PBYI. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Notice once we broke that 5-day range here, boom, we got a nice little lift, right? Of course, it threw us a little elbow today, but wicked right back up. But still, once that level was broken, boom. So that's why I was saying if we went in there and capped position in 5-day range at 95, then you're going to find them as they're approaching that level. Allow you to be more predictive, and then hope they go up here and bust, or you might be of the mindset, nope, I want to wait until they're actually doing it and then hit it, right? So does it, okay, it looks like that's making sense. So let's do a little experiment here. Let us cap the range on position in 5-day. And how would this change up the list, right? If we said, okay, only show us things they're getting close to penetrating that 5-day range. Obviously, the list is going to change up a bit here. Notice we don't have any full cylinders. So SMFG. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 93. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you know what? It's not counting today. That's why. We're not counting today when we're using this filter. So we have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be here, okay? Here's that break that we're looking for, right? This would be the break of the 5-day right here. Not looking too shabby. You know, we got that topping week yesterday, strong today, above the 10 on the daily. And so if it hits here, now, of course, we have to consult the daily. It looks like it's just going to hit this area of chop back here. That doesn't mean that it couldn't gravitate up, but there's just not a whole lot of room there, right? Okay, that was the one we were just looking at. Now, dawn, big gap up. No big surprise there. Not really a decent candidate. Okay, dusk, not including today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this candle is definitely the interesting part. Of course, this is a gold miner, and we all know what gold. Got this nice little rounded bottom being put in. But, you know, if we break above here, my eyes kind of go to this level here. Might be a little bit of room there. Of course, we'd have to get past 1887, but if we do, it just looks like we might take a little run up to 1990-ish, right? Nice little rounded bottom, 10 period in control. Close, but not there yet. All right, here's the high of the 5-day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, obviously. And we're getting that same roundy bottom there. So, you know, this thing busts loose up here above 1148. Then we've got this area. But we got a little bit of chop back here to deal with as well. So I'd have to put a couple different areas there. If it breaks out of here, 1143 up to the $12 level, perhaps. And then if we get through there, maybe up to 1270-ish. Of course, hey, birds of a feather, right? You got dust showing up here and you got JDST. What is JDST? Gold Miners Index, bear. That's the bear though, right? Typically. Oh, wait. Dust is also a bear, okay? Dust is a bear ETF as well as JDST. And just about kind of the inverse chart that we're looking at here. They're going to run inverse, obviously. Mitsubishi Financial. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this little area right here would be the area of interest, but not a whole lot of room there. So this is a pretty good little way to go about that process, Blue. Now, if we wanted to get more stocks on here to look at, this is really the filter that is, you know, kind of keeping it thin. But just keep in mind, you could always take it down to 90 or 85, and I'm sure we're going to get more hits here. Not as many as I thought, or you can just go about the process of not capping that and just referencing the icons, right? Just referencing the cylinders and going, okay, CVM might be a candidate because it's not through that level yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'd be right here. It's approaching it. It's right on the cusp, right? CVM's right on the cusp. It's looking strong on the daily. How's our volume in it right now? Not really doing any volume. 0.39 on the relative scale, as we can see down here. But this might be a better way to go about the process because, as you can see here, limited amount of stocks on here, and then just looking for the ones that have a little bit of daylight there, right? So let me just throw this into the chat for you, Blue, so you don't have to redo it, and then you can play around with it, try to modify it, try to enhance it. Let's see here. 2 consecutive up days. Approaching top of 5-day range. Okay, and I'll drop this cloud link in the chat for you. And Chess, let's see your question. Are gap ups to go long or short? Great question. And the answer is if you're, if you're a trader that likes to focus on stocks that have gapped, both. Sometimes a gap up is going to keep going up. Sometimes a gap up is going to go down. Give up the gap, right? It's what we refer to as a gap and go, or a gap retracement, right? And we've got filters and alerts for that. So it's been a while since I dug into the old cloud for gap scans. But I think we've got one. Well, I know I have several in here. If it'll give me my mouse. Thank you. I was looking for into the gap. But okay. Let's just look at up gappers first. Okay. So first off, what is gap? Okay, gap is simply the difference between prior close and next open, right? So here we can see the gap percentage for these stocks that gapped up today, as well as the dollar amount. So let's look at Evoc because Barry was talking about this one right before he took off. Look at that huge, it traded up in the pre-market, but when the regular session opened, that opening price was 340. Prior close was 204. So a huge gap, 66.7%. Now keep in mind, gap is only looking at the difference between prior close and next open in the regular session. So the gap values remain static. They're not going to change, okay? The gap is the gap. It's not going to change. It's just telling you, hey, this stock closed at this price, and the gap was either positive or negative. So a lot of the times people get change from close confused with gap, right? And they're two different metrics. So if we remove the pre-market, the gap is going to be more obvious, looks like a gap. With the pre-market there, it doesn't really look like a gap. But now, definitely a gap. This is a significant gap here, right? That's a big gap. So if we opened here at 340, which is pretty much the body of this candle, okay? So this line right here represents where we opened, and look what this thing has done. It's given back part of the gap. Opened at 340, went as low as, let's just say, 287, and is currently at 306. So it's given back, as it sits right here, 340. It's given back 34 cents of its gap, right? So this one has given back a little bit, but not even half of the gap right now. Now, sometimes they'll come all the way down and fill that gap, but you could have had something that easily went and continued up. There's no magic formula to figure out if a gap up is going to keep going up or if it's going to give back part of the gap, all right? That's what we call a gap retracement. Also, too, this kind of has the look of a false gap retracement. It gave back a little bit, looks like it's going to keep going down, but then it turns. And it's very possible that this thing could turn back up and set new highs. That would be a false gap retracement. We've got alerts for those, right? So if we just cruise into the search tab and we give it the old gap here, gap down reversal, gap up reversal. So things that gapped up, they're going down, gap up reversal. Things that gap down, they're going up, gap down reversal. And then we have the false gap retracement, which this one kind of has the look, right? Of course, it's going to have to turn back up. That's what the icon indicates here. It gave back a little bit of the gap, but then it turned. And now we have the other side, false gap down and retracement, right? So those are some great alerts to start experimenting with. No problem, Blue. So Chess, is that making sense to you? All right. Barry, just reading your question here. Not able to log into the Trade Ideas live chat room. So are you referring to the live chat for help or Barry's trading room? Barries. Sorry, I'm probably butchering your name there. I'll just call you Bar for short. All right, Chess, good deal. And I can expand on that in just a second here. So just waiting to hear from Bar, the trading room or the live chat for help. Okay, pop over to the live chat area. Barry might be listening. He might be able to help you. But if he's not, pop over to the live support from our website, and they can help you get into the chat room. There you go. Barry just dropped a link for you there, Bar. Okay, so Chess, let's dive a little bit deeper on the whole gap thing. So let's do this. I'm just going to duplicate an alert window. And we're going to right click and hit configure. We're just going to start from scratch by double clicking here. I got the orange arrow, so now I've got a free filter set. So we'll just cap this. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll just cap it at 100 for now. We'll say a minimum price of 5. And we'll say volume today. Want something to be happening. So we're going to say 200,000 shares. Had to have traded already today. 1, 2, 3. We're going to use our distance from inside market filter here because we might want to backtest this. And then we're going to pick one of the gap alerts. And we're going to pick a false gap up retracement. Now notice over here, percentage of gap filled, right? So let's once again reference the Evoc. Not quite half, okay? So we're just going to pick something at random to begin. We're going to say, okay, 35% of the gap had to have been filled before it turns back up and acts like it might go in the direction of the gap. Okay, Bar, so when you go to www.trade-ideas.com, you're not getting our website to pop up? Or just the trading room? All right, hold on one second here. I'm just going to our website. Okay. So when you click on Trading Room up here, right? You're not getting this login panel. Okay, Barry, when I click on the link you provided, I'm getting this, right? Not found. But when I go to the website and click on Trading Room, you should have this panel pop up right here. And you have to create an account. Usually it's pretty easy peasy. Okay, Laura, thanks for the input. Support and education sections are down. Okay, give me 1 second here. Sorry about that, guys. I notified the proper authorities, so we'll work to get that fixed. Sorry about that, Bar. Okay, had to find my train of thought there again. So what we're going to do here is use 35% of the gap filled with some simple filter settings put in play, and then take a gander at what we got here. Okay, Juniper, with a little gap here, we can see the closing price was 28.32. We opened up at 28.51. So not even, what do we have, a 19-cent gap, okay? But then, even though, you know, a gap is a gap, even if it's 19 cents, then we tried to cycle down a little bit. But it's like, nope, heading back up. And then eventually has a nice little move once the 10 period was reclaimed and even manages to pop a new high. So this was a false gap retracement. Looked like it was going to fill the gap, go below, but the gap caught it and it turned back up. So if we expand this out a little bit, crossed above open after 57.89 gap closure, right? Now if we take a look at the history here, you might find some juicier ones. Bigs, same thing. Roughly speaking, close down here. Where did we open on this candle? 770, okay. So closed at 753, opened at 770, had a little turn down here, and a nice little roundy bottom on the intraday. Whoosh, and then a nice break back to highs. So not bad at all. Now, if we wanted to find bigger gaps, you know, what we could do is come back in here, and I'm going to do two things. Number one, I always like to have a quality column because it gives us the exact value of the alert. And number two, we can now employ the gap filter, and then we can then we can mandate a minimum gap. You know, hey, I only want to see things that gapped up at least 3% and then had a false gap retracement. So we had the gap filter, a minimum of 3 here. That's definitely going to change the landscape. And there, of course, there's Bingu showing back up again. Or no, that's a different one, just the same type of pattern, which is a triple leveraged ETF. But hey, a pattern is a pattern. So it had a minimum of a 3% gap. Boom. That's right, Circle. I've been privy to his conversion to a Mac. So Chess, what is used to determine the gaps? So you're asking the question, well, what decides whether a stock gaps up or gaps down? Great question. The question is really unknown. Now, if it's bad news or good news, that can certainly be the reason for a stock gapping up or gapping down. Maybe it's earnings, maybe it's a patent win, maybe it's a FDA approval on a biotech stock. Okay, those are all reasons for a gap. But the weird thing is sometimes they just gap up and gap down for no reason, right? That's the nature of gaps. And, it's a slippery slope because, in my opinion, gaps they're, well, let's just say they're not fair to traders because you might be in a swing trade position. You might be long something and you might be in a position that, fortunately gaps up for you, right? But the other side of that coin is, you made a technical play, everything looks good, you're long the stock at 10, the next day they open it at 8. And you're looking for the news, there is none. And there's no earnings, there's no, it gaps are great when you're on the right side of them, if you've been holding something, but not so fun if you're on the wrong side of them. So a gap can occur for many reasons, and then a gap can occur for no reason. You just never can tell when something's going to gap. That's why a lot of the times people prefer to play the gap after it's occurred. But it's the nature of the beast. If you're holding positions for multiple days, you're going to get stuck in some gaps. Sometimes they're going to work in your favor. Sometimes they're going to work against you. But hopefully, overall, it's kind of a wash, right? You just got to play the odds on that. So, other than news, bad news, good news, earnings, some kind of development, within the company, news driven, that's typically what's going to be responsible, allegedly, for a gap up or gap down. Now, if you're talking about gap amounts, yeah, if something gapped up 3%, you could also say it gapped up close to 3 standard deviations, right? Or a positive VWAP divergence of 3%, or a negative, something's gapping down. When you look at something that's down 3 standard deviations, or down 3% on the day, or a negative divergence from the VWAP of 3%, those are just 3 different ways to ask the same question, right? For the most part. Okay, so we added a gap of 3% to these. So if we look at the history today, pretty limited number of stocks, right? Gold related. Or excuse me, silver on this one right here. So we got a gap up on AG. Let's see. Well, it won't tell me the close there. But the close here, 771. We opened at 793. And this one has given back just about everything. Notice it can't get above the 10 period there. Once it lost it here, now the 10 period is tapping it back down. Probably going to see similar action here. Yep. So these guys gapped and retraced the gap, or they're right on the threshold. All right, thanks for that update, Barry. Yep, sometimes things break in yield database, but hopefully they'll quickly be repaired. Better that part of the website than part of the scanner, right? Okay, a little time check here. Wow, can't believe 48 minutes has passed already. Okay, have I missed anyone's questions? If so, just tell me. Otherwise, if anybody has any questions here, now would be a good time to get them in. And looking at the AI today, kind of a tricky market to navigate. So she's down a little bit in all three risk modes, but 100 shares a pop, not even down a point total. And moderate, of course, the hope for the best scenario, only down 44 bucks. And in conservative land, we're down $91. So a red day, but not too terrible. For those of you who do engage the AI and maybe you look at AI history every once in a while, you've only been able to access approximately 60 days of AI history. However, I was testing a module yesterday where hopefully soon in one of the next builds, you'll be able to look at the entire history of the AI going all the way back to inception, which I do believe is December of 2015. So no longer limited to 60 trading days, but we'll soon have the entire AI history available. Any bets placed on the Fed BPS amounts? What on the, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, what have they been yammering about? 50, 3/4 of a point, yada, yada, yada. But you know, looking back in history at the cyclical boom bust of the market, when interest rates start getting jacked up, well, that's typically in the, in prior cycles, going all the way back to the late 90s, early 2000s, they really were ratcheting those rates up, trying to slow things down, and that was right before the big dot-com bubble phase. Here, everything's all out of sync. I mean, we've already peeled off significantly, 20%, roughly speaking. And now they're going to start tightening rates. I mean, well, I don't put much stock in economists, right? Or the Fed or any of that stuff. But we all have to endure it. In an upward trend, what is your favorite scanner for swing to load it up for swing? I would have to revert to some of the scans that Andy and Steve have produced, as well as Michael Noss. So don't forget, if you click on new and you come in here to the Market Explorer, a lot of people forget about this. It's a relatively new feature, and we've been adding a lot of scans to it. So you can see I've got one running over here. This is always a good one right here, bull flag. Looking at the daily, ALCH, nice run up, and then we get this flagging action. And now it's decided it wants to go higher, right? So bull flags, nice simple patterns, a run up of multiple days, then some sideways action while it takes a rest and builds up steam to try to go attack this level right here. ALCH doing a pretty good job at it. Alignment Healthcare doing its thing. So if you go to Market Explorer, if you grab your blank default window that it starts you out with and you right click here, then boom, server window, these are all of your selections. Relative strength, RSI divergence long, right? That's going to be a good one too. And I would be remiss if I didn't say for swing candidates, our strength alerts, which you can access in the strength channel if you don't already have them up. And I'm trying to pull mine over here, but it's giving me some flack. Okay. TI strength alerts, which are also issued if you have this window up and running. Every Monday, it's going to refresh with the with the 5 new strength alerts. And these are stocks that are strong, exhibiting strength in any market condition. Okay. So EDU, let's see, the 13th was right here. Here's when EDU and the rest of these stocks were shown to you. And EDU is having a nice little move, right? Relative strength down here in an uptrend as well. So within Market Explorer, bull flag is great for swing trade picks. If you like to short, might want to check out the bear flag. RSI divergence, a good one. TI strength alerts. And of course, we can't forget about the trade of the week, which is also delivered via email. Every Monday, it's free. All you have to do is sign up for it. Sure. Oh, I thought that was Jamie asking for these. So Jamie, is this making sense right here on some good swing trade windows to watch? Don't forget about Market Explorer.
Okay, guys in
What is a
YouTube,
good
I think you can
bounce
hear me. I
day
don't think
trade
Jamie can
plan?
hear me.
Well,
Maybe tell Jamie that I'm talking.
I could show you some right off the bat, looking at 50-day moving averages for swing trades, or some of the windows that Andy's created, bottom fishing with revenues. But if you're talking about intraday, I don't really have one ready-made that I can just crank out to you, because being the simpleton that I am, I'm typically looking at my momentum scanners to the up and the downside for strong intraday moves, right? Now, if you really want something to pay attention to on your intraday chart, notice this green line here. This is my 10-period moving average. And notice Auvi. Of course, Auvi and AERC are running together. But notice the action right here. Not necessarily a bottoming tick on this. What do I got there? The red is the 20 period, right? So I would typically say for intraday bottom fishing, you're going to need to pick what appeals to you in the form of a moving average and then key off of that. Whether that be the 20, the 50, if I squish my chart up enough, you're going to notice this one down here, which is the 130 period. It's way above it, so it's not really applicable in this case. Is Barry talking to me? Oops, sorry, Barry. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is I can't ever hear you and you can't hear me. So let's see what might be
No,
causing it.
I can hear you.
Now, I don't see anything muted. I'm not muted. You're not muted. But you can hear me, and I can't hear you, just like when I come into the room. So I guess the question here is the tab. Which tab? In any case, are you ready to take the helm back, Captain, my captain? I'll have to get somebody to show me the tab. Right-click the System tab. Well, Barry, I don't know what the System StreamYard tab. Okay, let me just unmute. Okay, how about that?
Now, can you hear me, Jamie? Unbelievable.
Look at that. I learned something today, Barry.
Yes, yes.
I just did not know that it was up there. You had right click and then boom, there it is. Excellent.
There it is. We've been doing this for, I don't know, a month. You and me you've never been able to hear me, but
I
that's
know, but
okay.
hey, look at what we've accomplished in such a a short amount of time. But I will say this, I love StreamYard. I mean, compared to OBS, this is like so smooth.
Oh yeah,
Great.
there's no question. As long as the person knows how to unmute, absolutely.
Yep, exactly. Now I'm in
But
the club,
seriously, yeah.
Barry.
Oh man,
Well,
how
I'm
you?
just going to say from a design standpoint, that's a very bad place to put the mute button. When you see all these other mute buttons down here in the GUI and on the little tabs that we can see, but then that one's hiding up there,
It's not intuitive. It is not intuitive. I
it is not.
agree.
It is
I
not.
had to figure that out myself. Figure out why I couldn't hear somebody, yet they could hear me, or vice versa. But anyway, now you know for next Wednesday to unmute it, and then see that's what I do. I unmute it and I listen to you. I mean, I'm just listening to you. That's
Very
why I
good.
can kind of pop in every now and then and answer some questions. Yeah, and the website is down. Yeah, so I don't know. They're working on it though. So I was hoping. I thought maybe my links were all screwed up, but thank goodness that's not the case. So
Yeah,
anyway,
right. I was like, okay, Barry, you might have to redo your links.
yeah, no.
All
Anyway, my
right,
friend,
sir.
you want to take off?
I'm ready if you are.
Okay, let me just
I'll just
start
let
my
you grab it back.
screen.
Okay, I see you,
Okay,
sir. So, okay, have a great rest of the day. We'll see you later.
you too, James. Bye bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in. Let me get my music running and back in both rooms now. Both rooms. Wow, what a move on the AERC, guys. What a move on the AERC. And, you know, and not easy, but here was my big sign right there. Now, you notice I have, if you look at AERC, and I've been telling, I've been saying this has been a really difficult one to trade. And I, I've been sort of stubborn about it because I'm just thinking that it's going to finally do something. So you notice I had a bunch of price alerts up here. This was the key one right there, taking all this out finally, right here on that candle. But also more importantly, look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, the volume is the biggest volume bar of the day. It turned into be the biggest volume bar in the day, the 15-minute chart. And so that is what finally got me into it. I said, okay. And so I got in around that 1550 mark and I've traded some out. Hey, listen, I've traded some out. But man, right now, what was the high? I think the high is right back here, right? 1850. 1850. Now, I don't mean the all-time high, but the recent high is 1850 for AERC. So just a finally a great, I would call it a more measured move. In other words, that 15-minute candle was sort of straight up without any pullbacks. So that was a rush while I was on my break. And you can see AUVI is following, kind of trying to follow suit. AUVI. Now, just looking at some of these races. So I mean, there's the AERC on the race. Still moving higher here. Guys, I'm telling you, I'm really starting to warm up to the races now. I've sort of figured out a way that suits my trading to kind of keep a much more of an eye on this, especially if you get some of the ones that are like big percentage moves. And all this is it's just really from the channel bar, the explosive winners. And, I think I've modified it just a little bit, make sure I had a minimum volume. I think the minimum volume it is 20,000 shares from the channel, which I think I raised it to 200,000 shares. I also think I put an earnings per share filter in, but in essence, it's the same. And it takes 10 seconds to start, which is no big deal. Hello, the blind trader. Good morning or afternoon, I guess. So anyway, AERC I mean, what a range it's had today. Remember, this at one point in the pre-market was down to 11.55. So there's about a $6 range from the pre-market to where it is right now. But I mean, look at this move. You know, instead of all the chop that we've had so many times, you know, except, you know, we did have that bottoming tail, you know, that previous 15-minute candle. We did have the bottoming tail, but it has been very, very measured. Don't understand that question, Chess. Races that you lost. Doesn't mean what, just because something is winning doesn't mean you just take the trade. If that's what you're talking about, just because something wins and you take the trade and then you lose on the trade. No, no, no. It's just alerting you to the fact that something is happening. And now it's still up to you to, you know, click on the alert and check to see, okay, do I like this or do I not like this? Does it meet my trading plan? Does it not meet my trading plan? Is there room for it to keep moving, or could it stall somewhere fairly close? What's the market doing? So I mean, there's still, just because something is winning a race, you know, don't misconstrue it that, oh yeah, you just take the trade. Well, and of course, the AERC, with what I looked at, looking left, again, that's that high of a couple of days ago, 1850. But if it, I mean, there's a month high a few months ago. I guess this was, I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into AERC. I don't know. Or was this truly an IPO? I really don't know. Doesn't look like this could have been a SPAC based on, you know, the price. Or did it change symbols? I really don't know. Bottom line, though, is that the next high looking left on the monthly chart is way up here at 25.90. So yeah, Chess, I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, the races are all based on a top list. This is the top list that the races are based on that I've got. Okay, that's the top list. So and of course, it probably doesn't hurt, you know, that the market's up today. Oh, I see, I see. Well, if you haven't now, I don't know if the link is still working yet. Yeah, there was a problem at our website, and so let me just see if these links are working. Yeah, it's trying to. It's trying to. Okay. So what you should do, Chess, is go, if you click on my homepage link, it looks like the links are working now. Might take a little bit time to load. Okay, and then go to the education section, click here. Go to the user guide. And then if you scroll down to TI stock race, okay, that'll give you the basis for what the races are all about, okay? That's the basis for what the races are all about. There are a couple of videos and I think there's some text, okay? But in essence, the top list is more or less kind of static. So you can see the ones that are at the top right now, okay? There's AERS. The way I've got this sorted, I've got it sorted on the position in the day's range. So AERC is almost right at the top of the range. Well, what if something is moving down here? I'm not going to see it, okay? What if something that, say, BNR is starting to move? So the races, these are 4-minute races. Of course, you can adjust you can adjust it to whatever time period you want. When the race starts, everybody is sort of at the starting gate. So Yeah, you may see the ones that are right at the top, but they may not be moving that much. Something else might be moving that's down here, and it might be really starting to move. You wouldn't necessarily, you wouldn't see that, on the top list. Okay, it depends how you have it sorted, of course, but let's say you sorted it on the change from the open. Okay, so you're going to see probably these ones all the time, right at the top. But what if something is down here, which is only 8.3%, above the open, change from the open, but it's starting to run, and maybe it's 8.3, now it's 9, now it's 10, now it's 13. You wouldn't see it. Okay, you just wouldn't see it. So that's what the racing is all about. It's picking up these ones that are, it could still be showing you the ones that are at the top that are moving. So hopefully that makes sense. But you should go to the guide, and it has a much more in detail. It'll tell you, wow, this AERC is just, I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, the high over here is 1850. I guarantee traders are going to be looking at this and see if it breaks out over that. And as I say, the next high, I'm not saying, number one, I'm not saying it's getting to 1850. And number two, when I say the next high in the monthly chart, is 2590, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that these are levels that, traders will look at. Yeah, I mean, you can have the race based on volume if you want, increasing volume. When you set up the race, you're given all sorts of different, you want the change from the open or volume change, things like that. Wow, I mean, this 1850 is such a key level right there, 1850 for AERC. I knew there was a rate. I knew there was a reason why I wanted to keep watching this. Yeah, alt did not hit my your scan either. Yeah, it did not hit mine either, Zach. So he must have something changed in his. Oh, guys, okay, can we take out 19? Whew. Well, he may have modified it though. I mean, if you can hear me, Zach. I mean, just like maybe I had mine, at the 500,000, like you had at the beginning. I actually put a relative volume in, things like that. He may have modified it like that, but it's probably in essence the same. Well, AUVI is kind of running laser, like it. I mean, look at AU. Now it's the same. Seems silly to call it this the same sector, but it's the same sector. AUVI, same sector. So it's running with AERC. The other thing about AERC is that, no, I don't know. I can't remember if this was ever shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And why that's important is, I mean, obviously other brokerage platforms could have shorts available. I'm not saying there's no shorts. I'm sure Zach at his center point probably has shorts available. Might cost him. I'm looking at the fee rate, you know, to find, well, it looks like it's 1,000 now, 1,000%. So, but the issue then is that if not a lot of platforms can short this with ease, then there's no downward pressure from people shorting it. No, okay, if it has an error still, I thought it was fixed. Because I was able to, yeah, okay, so there's still a problem. There's still a problem, okay, Afshin, yes. I'm seeing, briefly it was fixed, but now I do see the error. So I just have to wait. Just have to wait, okay? Nothing I can do about it. They know, I mean, the developers know there's a problem with their website. Yeah, so hopefully you can hear me, Afshin. Why would they want to add the fee rate? I mean, every broker is different, Aisha, so why would they want to add the fee rate? What difference does it make? I mean, most of the time, I mean, I don't think they'll ever add the fee rate. Okay, so I'll just flat out say never. Okay, good. Yeah, so there's nothing we can do. You're just gonna have to, I'll keep trying. It's all the links on our homepage. It's not just that one, not just that one link that I gave to you. Wow. They're not going to do it, Aisha. I can just tell you they're just not going to do it. Okay, it's just not a, they're not interested in probably doing anything like that, so. 2 o'clock. And every broker, you're right, every broker is different. 2 o'clock is, it should be fun. Today could be fun, you know. We're going to put that spy chart up, the 1 minute spy chart up at about 11:50, excuse me, 1:59 Eastern time. And we'll see what happens. It should be fun. Look at AERC. I mean, this could take out 20. I don't think if they, I know, I don't think, I mean, look, I don't know. I think people are thinking it's going to be 50 for sure. I think it's a 75 that could cause the market to melt down initially anyway. Look at this one, Vizio, VZIO, room on the right here. 923, is that right? 923, a little bit of room on the right here. Yeah, forgot to look at EFOI. I keep thinking that these guys, they got to get their act together. They really got to get their act together. I don't care what they come up with, just come up with some kind of a press release. Okay. I mean, this is sort of the other one that was, you know, moving. You can see these days right here, that's when the three of them were moving kind of the same, but they just completely and utterly lagged. You just got to get their act together. And if I were running this company, I'd try to come up with any sort of a press release. Okay, so you can try it again. I'm just looking now and I'm able to get to the site, so you can try it again. I'll put the link in. It might be working now. because I was able to click on the link and find I'm back. Let me get rid of some of these. Well, that definitely made my day. And by the way, guys, look at Zach's 11 to 12 call again. Look at the market, what it did in that between the 11 and 12 period. Had that little run, as he's been suggesting for quite a while now. Okay. Oh, I had my mute. Pepe, where are you? Pepe's not in the room today, obviously. Shirking his duties. You know what? I had my sound bar, or the toggle was sound toggle was so I was muted. I was wondering how come I'm not getting any alerts? Hey guys, look at BNR as an example. This is winning this race right here. And when you look left, the next high is 242. I'm taking it to see what happens. Okay, I'm taking the trade. You know, if back down to 2, I'm out. But let's see if this really starts to run. You know, it's winning this race up here. So well, I'm not saying I don't see the value. I've never really see, for me, IJ, if I can't borrow it immediately, I don't even care. Okay, that's me personally. So I'm not trying to say that nobody should care, but I don't think the company will care. Listen, support at trade-ideas.com. You know, you want to put it in as a suggestion, go ahead. But if I can't short it immediately, then I just forget about it. That's all. Well, again, probably Zach could, but as he said, it would probably cost him a pretty penny to short AERC. So guys, you want to follow these races? I'm going to put this link in here. Okay, I'm going to put the link in. I'm definitely warming up to it. Oops, wait a minute. I don't have to do that. I'm definitely warming up to it more. File, load from cloud, especially now that they start every 10 seconds and probably soon within maybe 2 to 3 seconds. And of course, what you can do is I could take the biggest losers and I could do the reverse. So if I'm looking for shorts, I could do the reverse. But right now I'm just going to concentrate, especially on the day where the market's, pretty good. Just going to concentrate on the ones that are moving higher. Yeah, I mean, you sure. Oh, wow, guys. I mean, I was kidding regarding, the 2590 is the next high looking left. Is 2590 is the next high looking left. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, when I'm not looking to short these. I mean, I'm just looking to see, but as you know, I mean, it has to be, I mean, I'm still in this one, but I've taken some help, believe me. But when something is winning a race, I will click on it and check the pattern to see what's happening. So my bias is always going to go long. Yeah, with that float also 4.2 million in the float. I mean, that's the key. That is the key to all of this. That float, 4.2 million in the float. It's trading 21 million today, so that's about 5.5 times or so. For me, the catalyst for laser. Are you talking about the original? So I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Are you talking about the original catalyst for laser? I'm sorry, for laser. Laser, are you talking about the original catalyst for AERC? And again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Or are you just talking today? Or are you talking about what happened here? I'm sorry, you know what? I do this all the time. I ask two questions and I get the answer coming back yes. So I'm not sure what you're saying yes to. So I'll ask the first question. Are you talking, oh, both, okay. They were they were given FDA approval. You have to see what they do. They're some kind of a air purification technology, okay? So on this day here, they were granted or given FDA approval for their technology. And so that is what That's what caused it. That's what caused the initial flurry. Okay. And then, since then it's just been, it's been not the easiest thing to trade. Except today. I mean, I would say that today's the easiest day I've seen since maybe the second day. And again, easy is a relative term in this particular case, but look at the move from, where I had all my price alerts. Look at the move from this 1530 mark. So the catalyst today, there was no news catalyst today, Laser. I mean, it's all of a sudden, you know how these things take on a life of their own. So there's no news catalyst today, but the original catalyst was definitely, and it was legitimate news. Let me see if I can find the original. Here we go. So that was the original news. Okay, rise, 22%. Like who cares, right? But this was it. This was that first day. Right here. If you can see my screen, that's that first day. And then since then, it's just gone crazy. Okay. Just give me a moment here. My Bluetooth just disconnected. There we go. So, but, I mean, we haven't seen a move like this in, well, I don't even think the second day. The second day was, tremendous also. But that, look at these 15-minute candles. Yes, there were some bottoming tails, but no giant red candles to wipe you out. I mean, that's what was happening, over the last few days. Look at the chop here on the 15-minute yesterday. I mean, almost impossible to trade, in my opinion, yesterday. So once it took this out, though, again, I had no idea it was going to do this, but wow. Well, the pop was at 12:15 Eastern time. We always like to talk in terms of Eastern time. I'm on the West Coast, but I just convert everything to Eastern time to make it easy for everybody. Now you could have, and there was at 10:30 also. So between 10:15 and 10:30, that's where the pop was. Rain cloud. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. I guess if I went to a 5, yeah, I mean on the 5, yeah, 12:30 between. Well, the other thing, ring cloud. Okay, I see what your question is really. I mean, you could have seen it earlier. I mean, there's no question you could have seen it earlier. Depends on the type of scan you've got. But to be honest, to see it earlier really wouldn't have been a big deal. This was something that, of course, I had thumbnailed because it was so, I've always had the ones that have been moving over the last few days. I will always have them thumbnailed. But you could have seen this move here, but you know what? This is the move. And right now, Harish, you're probably tearing your hair out if you have any. If you're still in the room, in the YouTube room, because you're looking at this. Yeah, everything's on a 15-minute. That's just me. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, but everything for me is on a 15-minute chart. Oh man, I forgot I was in BNR. Ha! I forgot I was in BNR. Not doing anything, but you see how the race is catching this little move in Redbox or Rdbx right there. Now, so Jamie in our YouTube room, as an example, I would never see that because all my other scans they require a new high of the day, which is way up here at 1204. So I would not see this move right there, and that is the Redbox move right there. Now, when I look at this, I would say there could be plenty of resistance between 1130 and 1140. BNR, BNR, not as in do not resuscitate. No, BNR, body not responsive. I actually can't wait for the Fed. It's going to be fascinating. This will be one of the more fascinating ones, I think, to watch the SPY action. What version am I on? I'm on, well, I'm on a development version. Okay, so you're talking about the version of Trade Ideas? I am on the development version. So 0.89 development though. I agree, Jamie. I mean, I've been sort of very non-committal to the races, but what turned me around a little bit was yesterday with those small ones that got halted, and you could just see on the races how they kept going. I can see how, and I don't want to brand myself as a scalper, but how these could turn into just really quick trades. Oh yeah, I'm the guinea pig for all the new stuff. Take a look at Dawn, guys. I typed it incorrectly. Take a look at Dawn. Just as I think when I went on my break, yeah, the 12:15. So it had that pop up. It looked like okay, we're away, and then it just pulled right back down. But you can kind of see if it can take out 1550 again, maybe it gets rolling again. This reminds me of AERC. Yesterday, how choppy and hard it is to trade. This one, though, I mean, it got up to 1722 in the pre-market, and I guarantee that's what traders are looking at. Could it do it again? Maybe not today, maybe never, but I mean that's what they're looking at. And but again, I thought this morning there's a 200-day moving average. It's still above it now or below it, so it looked like it was finally going to be clear of it. Yeah, I think if it's 75, we're going to see that first red candle is going to be a first 1 minute SPY candle is going to be a giant red down candle if it is 75. But as we know, the first 5 minutes, maybe after 5 minutes we get a direction, but then of course we have 230, the 230 fun, with the presser. So, well, 2 o'clock, Jonathan, 2 o'clock. And let's get everything off topic. Okay. All right, JK. Well, they might be right. I'm just talking about the initial 1 minute candle. So look at this one, OM, a bit of a bounce play now. OM from the race. And of course, you can construct your races on only the stocks that you want to see. So if you had a symbol list of just stocks that you wanted to track, you could just do the races on those if you wanted. I also like it better with the symbols as opposed to like the stock logo as opposed to the cars. Makes it a little more professional looking. Okay, guys, well, I'm just kind of biding my time now. We've got another 20 minutes or so. I missed FHN. Oh, sugar. I see that. It's a bounce play. 21. Now, how easy was it to get? Let's see, check that 2-minute chart down here. So 2052, and it probably got up to 2081 pretty quickly, right? Actually, Ija, yeah, you just have to go, if you click on, I mean, it definitely will be in the beta. It'll definitely be in the beta. And if you just click on new, dock channel bar, and go to explosive winners, here it is in its original form. Okay. I just modified it a little bit just so that, I mean, if I click on it, oops, 20,000 shares. So I think I upped it to 200,000. And I think I added the earnings per share filter so I don't see ETFs. Otherwise, this is, this will be the same top. It'll be the same race. No, you're not. We've had a problem, Rahav. Okay, Iggy, we've had a problem. But yeah, there's been a problem with our website today. But I thought it was somewhat fixed, but it could be hit or miss. Let me just check. Yeah, no, there was a problem. I mean, we're completely aware of our problem. I think we're okay now, though. I just clicked on a link and we're okay now. So if you wanted to come into the trading room, the main room, here's the link. Okay, so but again, this has been intermittent, so I can't guarantee when you click on it, it'll hurt, but we know there's been an issue, not just with the trading room, but with the whole website, clicking on anything from the website, but it looks like it's finished. Well, let me, I just clicked on that link and there it is, Iggy. So try it again. I just clicked on it. No, it's possible. It could be a server issue. He's using his bouncers and Zach's bouncers and toppers FBO, okay, which is I'm sharing. So if you go to my website and click on the link, hopefully it's going to work, and just go to my. So click on the website. Go to this section here. Sorry, my scan section right here. Click here, and there it is. Zach's bouncers and toppers. Okay. And Pepe, as far as I know, I don't know what's on the website. Download. Now, remember though, yeah, so, but I'm on a development version of that. So there's always going to be a difference. Even though it has the same, number, but I'm on a development version of that. Well, again, I was jokingly saying, it could at some point, and I never thought today, challenge that 25. Jokingly. I mean, there it is over here, 25.90. I mean, we're only $2.50 away, $3 away. $3.50 away, and closing that gap. Incredible. Stays like this that make it fun to come into work. Struggle through that 30-foot commute. Yeah, had to navigate through the cat, then the dog, and then my wife. Yeah, it was pretty tough. Well, I mean, Fidelity and I think Thinkorswim and Interactive Brokers not readily available anyway for AERC. Oh, I see. Okay, Pepe. Maybe that's why you're right. I don't know why I'm still in this VNR while I'm just watching. Look at this thing go. Guys, I'm going to put an alert here. This is insane, but I am going to stick an alert at 25.90. And I wouldn't call this a short squeeze. I mean, there's, according to us anyway, there's only 1.9% is short. So No, 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 no. I did not get into it in the pre-market, not at all. I got in it right around here, right as I was, during my break. It was right around 12:15, between 12:15 and 12:30, when it finally took that break out of here. Now, I've traded some out. I mean, listen, I'd love to say, no, I haven't traded a single share out, but of course I have, just because of the way historically how it's traded. But the break right here, right there on that candle, right there, all the alerts I had, see all these little green lines? These were all alert areas that I wanted to know about. They were blue at one point. So let's just show you what I'm talking about. I'll put an alert up here. That's blue. If it pops through, it's going to turn green. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to show you. There you go. See how it popped up on my screen? See how it popped up on my screen, my price alerts window? Use the price alerts, guys. I didn't have to stare at this. I wasn't staring at this, watching, see this break. I had my price alert and that was it. And so all you have to do is, use our price alerts. Click on new price alerts window. This window will pop up. If you've never done it before, it'll be blank, of course. And then set your price alert, minimize the window. The best thing to do is minimize the window. So you don't have to, it doesn't take up any screen space. And then when a price alert triggers, it'll pop up on your screen, just like you saw. And you sort on the triggered time. So make sure, so you'll always see it right at the top. Fabulous. And I mean, look at the 60-minute volume. Now, Grant, that's a 60, but look at the 15-minute volume. I mean, look, it's still pretty steady. 5-minute volume. Look at all the volume. Up into that point. I mean, guys, it's all about volume. That's why I don't use a lot of other indicators. I don't really, I'm not saying don't use indicators, but look how the volume was decreasing, and here's an hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's an hour and 15 minutes of nothing, right? Nothing. Look what was happening. Nothing. And then all of a sudden the volume came in and kaboom. But guys, I took myself out of the BNR. I don't, just in case it has, I don't think it'll be affected by the whatever happens with the SPY, but I don't want to hold it. Okay, bounce play for 1630. What happened? 1630. Yeah, so the alert came at 1630. USAC. All right, guys. So what is the SPY doing? What I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to a 1-minute chart. Nah, you know what? I'll put the big SPY chart up. at 11:50 at 1:59. Well, I know you can short the you can short BITO. I don't know what other people do. If I wanted to if I wanted to short cryptos, I guess I would short BITO. We actually checked yesterday to see if there was a Barry ETF for crypto in the States, and remarkably, there isn't one. There is in Canada, but there wasn't one. It appeared, at least we couldn't find one. This is, of course, the long beat, but you can short this if you wanted. Yeah, I know OPTN. I know Optinos. It's had a great 3-day run. You're absolutely right. You know what? I'm down to the woodshed here. What a now, tomorrow we could have a completely different story with Dawn, DAWN. Reminds me a little bit about like the stuff like AERC, but maybe tomorrow it breaks out and it does, it does something. I know it had its financing, and I'm actually excited about this. And at 2 o'clock, and also of course 2:30, as they yak about it. Yeah, there's some volume. Look at the volume. BITO, guys. So here's I'm going to call it the major ETF for crypto, BITO, and volume coming in. Lots of volume coming in. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a big SPY chart up, and we'll have some fun for a while. Put it on a 1-minute time frame. So ahead of it, this is what's happening. And I trust I caught that sneeze, that sneeze in time. Whew. All right, we have about 2.5 minutes. And I think things are just sort of pausing right now, except for AERC, of course. It's just trading, 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 trading. Carvana keeps moving higher, CVAN. Sorry, CVNA. Carvana keeps moving higher. Oh yeah, we know we're going to see some wild gyrations in that 1 minute. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a giant red candle, then a big green candle, and it's going to be all over the place. No real set direction, probably at least for 5 minutes, but then of course we have 2:30 to contend with. So, all right, guys, about a minute to go. Look at this one just before WVE, kind of a nice little move here, WVE. All right, what are we talking about now? A little less than 30 seconds from now. We have 30 seconds or so. Okay, again, look at this, look at this action ahead. Seven, six, five, four, three, two, one. Here we go. No, I'm not looking there. So see, giant red candle so far. Giant red candle. But with a giant bottoming tail. I mean, how crazy is it? So what was it? Who's so 75? Okay. Wow, look at this. Well, you're right. Who said the market would like that? Look at this. Look at this. Now, I guarantee I shouldn't say that. This is not, remember, this is the first minute. And it could just turn on a dime. Remember what I was saying? I mean, remember that was a giant green candle. Now it's a giant red candle. This is the second 1 minute candle. I'll be honest, that's what I thought would happen, on 75. It's still jarring, okay? We haven't seen 75 in how many years? But I mean, this could turn around and go green. So yeah, he done at 2:30 cam. Yes. So a presser at 2:30. But look at this. I mean, now, yeah, I mean, oh man. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. If you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen, look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the big topping tail, big bottoming tail. I mean, it's, direction unknown as we speak. Look at ACAD. You're looking for a short ACAD, challenging 18. I'm just going to keep it on this SPY chart for a while. All right, I'll keep this up for another couple of minutes. It usually takes at least 5 minutes to get the true direction. But again, because we do have the presser at 230, that could change at 230. All right, well, we're definitely getting a sell-off now. I think it is jarring. I mean, you know, the 75, even though probably most thought it would be 75, but to actually see it in print. Keep an eye on Acadia, guys. ACAD. I mean, you know, it is underneath 18. Okay, let me change this to a 5-minute chart now. Whoops. So I'm sorry. So I'm just following. Are you're saying that they're trying to get inflation down to 2%? Is that okay? Well, Jim, at 2 o'clock, the FOMC minutes came out. Okay, and talking about, so they're jacking interest rates up by 75 basis points. So that always, the day they do this, which is once a month, and today happened to be the day, you always get these huge gyrations, and this is what's happening. But also at 2:30, the presser, you know, with talking about what these minutes mean. But right now, let's take a look at a 15-minute chart. Remember, at one point, this was way up here. We're going, all right, everything's great. And then boom. All right, guys, enough of this. At 2:30, remind me if I forget. I usually don't do it, the one at 2:30, but I'm sure it'll be very interesting also. Yes, we will raise rates to 10%, and therefore we will guarantee we'll have 2% inflation. That'll do it. Meanwhile, Hertz, which was having a very nice day, it's giving it up. HTZ, it is giving it up. Really toying with idea with this Acadia, but nah, it's not. I guess that was the major drop, but I remember Paul Volcker. You know what actually didn't do badly was the BNR. I'm not in it anymore, but it was not affected at all. Hey, AERT, I have just a bit of this left in case it does something really insane. If it takes out 20 again, though, I'll be completely out of it. Yeah, I don't follow gold, Jamie. Yeah, in our YouTube room, I don't follow gold at all. You know, I really don't. Never have. Okay, well, okay. Excitement has died down now until 20 minutes from now. You know what's coming back, guys, is that SIDU. It's got a ways to go, but it is trying to come back. SIDU. No volume though. Look, I mean, just look at the well, a little bit of volume on the 2-minute chart, okay? And a little bit you can see on the 5. Nothing on the 15 though. Love to see some massive volume bar on the 15. So see how the race picked up on the AERC coming back here, okay? Oops, I have, okay, I'm just listening to interactive brokers and I just had the data connection lost, but it's come back down, it's come back again. Well, SIDU guys is now trying to leave it behind, trying to leave that tree behind a bit. And then there is volume coming in. There is volume now. Look at that 5-minute compared to the, hours before SIDU. Yeah, so Gary, I don't know what that implies exactly, but excuse me. So I do see this CRGE as a head here, but to me, there's so much resistance above it. So, it's got to take out 5. There's so much resistance above it. So it's just not interesting to me. Look at yeah, SIDU guys. Oh man. Okay, guys, I will be right back in about 5 minutes. Okay, give me about 5 minutes. Back around, what time is it? So say about 2:20. Guys, sorry about that. A little bit longer than I thought. But in time for the 2:30 show. Well, probably has to get through the 410. You're eyeing on 515. Okay, got to get through that 410 for GASS. Oh, over 415. I get it. So over 415, maybe an eye for the 510. Is that what you mean? Or 515? Yeah, I can see that. 411, 410. So let's just stick some alerts, say an alert at 412 and see if it takes it out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one, the biggest losers, and I'm going to turn this into a race. See if I can figure out how to do this on the downside. So I'm going to launch a stock race, and we are going to, I know exactly how to do it. Okay, so I'm going to expand the number of, okay, I'm going to do it for four minutes also. Position of the open, or sorry, change from the open. Okay, sort on the delta, replace cars, auto rerun, but biggest loser wins. Biggest loser wins. Okay, so that's what I want to see at the top. Show company logos and let her rip. Okay, I'm going to have this on my other screen and just see what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a change. Maybe not. Yeah, but I want my my symbol is Jonathan. But you're right. You can go here. Oh, thank you, whoever. Denver, thank you. But I want it based on my top list. But you're right. You can go to the dock channel bar. Which one is it? Stock racing? No, this is not the right one. Well, I you know, I know there is one, yes, but I want it based on my symbol list. So, well, Peter, what about SIDU over over 100%? Yeah, we're following this one. Of course, early on in the day, watch that move in the pre-market. Had a series of price alerts set right around that 320 mark. And it broke it a couple of times and then it just faded. So I don't know what to make of it now. I mean, it's possible, I suppose, if it can take out that high later on in the day, because there's not really that much resistance, that it could get running again. But, you know, this was the disappointment, I think, at the early part of the day, because it's only a 6.8 million float. And they did have a very fluffy style press release, but so it worked for a while, but just hasn't been that, you know, the enthusiasm has not been there really for the rest of the day. All right, guys, bring up a SPY chart again and let's see. Let's see what's going to happen now with the presser. Now, of course, this is not going to be immediate because this is not a publication of course, of data right at 2 o'clock that we see. So, but what is he and others, what are they going to say? Which, by the way, Jonathan, which channel was that? I don't know the channel that that was on. Real-time stock race. Okay. Well, guys, nothing really. Yeah, and we'll try to keep this. Sorry, I'm just going to delete that. Okay, Jonathan, try to keep all this off topic. That was my fault. I should have told you that earlier. Just we're getting just the room gets bogged down. Okay, guys. Well, as I said, if AERC takes out 20, I'm out. So I'm not in any more of it. So whatever he's saying, it's causing the market to drift down a little bit more. Well, guys, biggest losers. This is my, this is, so you see gas right there, GASS. So again, you want to, you know, just show stocks that are in a top list that you've got. And you just sort it on the ones that are down the most at the top. That's all. Am I in here? I'm in everywhere. Okay. Every time I see, if I see a number, then I go into off topic. I see stocks only. Okay, so I don't know if you can see my screen, but the minute I see a number, I usually leave the swing trading guys by themselves. But see, you know, it's pretty political there, guys. I mean, you know, but no, I understand. I understand. I should have just said put everything in off topic. That's all. All right. So what's happening? So there was the reaction so far. I think I'm done, guys. I mean, I don't think I'm going to do, unless I see something extraordinary, I'm probably just done trading. I'm actually kind of exhausted. All right, I don't think I'm going to keep this SPY chart up anymore. Yeah. ERC back over 20. Have none left. Let's stick an alert around 21 and see if it takes that out. Well, KISS, isn't that the merger takeover, whatever? Maybe it's finalized now? I thought it was supposed to be done at a higher rate though, or a higher price, but it's been quite below the proposed takeover price, I believe, KSS. Meanwhile, poor little Box D cannot catch a break. It actually looked like it was going to try to rally a little bit today. It did, got up to 208, but this is still on the road to nothingness. BOXD. Yeah, I'm noticing here. Yeah, big bounce, big bottoming tail on the SPY. You know, don't lose sight of this AERC. If it holds over 20 and starts to run, guaranteed a lot of traders are going to be looking at that high of the day, 23. Again, I'm not, wow, look, yeah, nice SPY bounce for sure. Absolutely. Look at that SPY bounce. I should bring up that chart again. Here, I thought it was going to be bored. Look at this. Yeah, what a move. Well, BNR that I was in and got out just before the minutes, that's not looking. What did I say here? I think the next high was, yeah, 242 is the next high. Okay, and I'm still eyeballing AERC. The longer it holds over 20, and perhaps taking out this 2064 to 21 level, it could get traders interested again. Okay, yeah, that would probably be it. You know, even though it looked like the volume was really increasing, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, it's usually always a filter, you know, and you take out the filters and then you start running it again and then add the filter back. Look at the SPY here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And you're more than welcome, Rain Cloud. All right, guys, so it is 2:41. Of course, the room will be open until 3:30. But what I'm going to do right now is, and we're having a big gap up and go now for XPEV. Market, look at this rip in the market. My goodness, that wiped out everything. Absolutely everything. Happy times. Amazing. All right, let me get my homepage in. I think everything is working again. I think it is. In terms of I know our website was having some issues. And Pepe may be right. Putting the latest beta in might have caused the problem. Just click on it and see. Yeah, we should be good to go. So if you click on my link, and you want a subscription right now so you can take part in all this fun, there's a promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And you'll see when you click on this, you'll see there were 4 I'll click on it. I was trying to get lazy. 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium is $2,000 on an annual, less than 15%. Standard is $1,000 on an annual, less than 15%. Don't do annual unless you know you want the program, okay? Take out a standard first. You can always, if you want to go from a monthly to an annual later on, we'll honor the 15%. But start off with a monthly just to make sure you want the program. So it's 118, 228. The 15% is applied to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay. On my homepage, you will also see I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Just watching my order entry and some things. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here. So if actually I forgot one important step. Before you do anything, do the let's get started. Do the let's get started. If somebody comes in here and says, I don't know what an alert window is, I'm going to get mad. Do the let's get started, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. And there are 10 videos. And it'll take you about 30 minutes to get through them. And it'll go over all the basic things that you need to know about trade ideas. And then after that, you can go to the education section and you can take a look at the user guide. I would just look at the first four, the first four in the user guide, get that down. If you want to scroll down a little bit, you can find out all about stock races is right here. So don't get hung up on how much is it. You don't have to learn everything in a user guide, just like any other software program. You don't have to know everything about everything. So at 3:30, when I do shut down the room, the main room, Chris will take over in our YouTube room, and he'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Before I do shut down the main room, I will put the link in for YouTube. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, great free series. Starts off with what is a stock? And that is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put that together. This is not a third party or anything like that. And last, but hopefully not least, my scans. All my scans that I'm sharing are here. So save my link. If you save my homepage link, then of course you can take a look at the Let's Get Started anytime you want. You can take a look at my scans. You can take a look at the education section anytime you want. Save my link. All right, guys, I am just kind of cruising into the close. Time is at 2:47, so in about 5 or 6 minutes or so, I will put myself on mute. And again, the room will be open until 3:30. If you have any questions, certain, of course, ask now. But even if you have questions after I put myself on mute, don't worry. I'll hop back on the mic. Your flat button doesn't work on E-Trade. Are you talking? So you're trying to trade live. You're trading live using Brokerage Plus, SG, and you're attached to your E-Trade account. Is that what you mean? Or are you, okay, you're not talking within E-Trade. So you're talking about, okay, I can't help you. You know who can help you probably is Jamie, because Jamie uses E-Trade and Brokerage Plus. Too bad you didn't, you weren't in the around at 12 when he was in the room. But I tell you what, why don't you just ask that, or here, let me just give you our homepage link. And I say Jamie uses it extensively. So if anybody's going to know, it'll be him. And let me give you our homepage link. So if you click on the homepage link, and hopefully it's working now. We had a website. Okay. Just wait for the Q&A. Okay, questions and answers, and then ask. And you might even want to say, hey, Jamie, something like that. I'm using E-Trade, the flatten, limit out, or whatever is not working, and see what he says, okay? And see, because what he can do, he'll just probably be able to test it on his end. Hello, guys. ERC again. Could this have some kind of a really, really crazy move into the close? Not that that wasn't crazy from 15 to 24, but 23. No, never saw that one from the AI. Yeah, I haven't really looked at the AI at all today. Look what is rearing its ugly head. I know I say that, but look at Dawn, guys. DAWN. DAWN. Look at DAWN doing it again. Problem is that 200-day. Son of a. Problem is that 200-day moving average right up here, 1580 still. All right, Zach, your gas is back. Your gas is back, Zach. GASS is back up now. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. Again, if you have any, don't worry. We'll hop on the mic, but I think right now I'm just going to give my voice a little bit of a rest. So I'll put myself on mute. But again, don't be afraid to ask questions. And the room will be open until 3:30. And just before I close down the room, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris for 1 hour if you want. Yeah, I certainly will. Okay, Jado, so is this in a doc or are these free floating charts? Yeah, there could be something going on in the doc. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, that's never happened to me, but I know there's some kind of weird stuff. I'm talking to somebody in our tech support tab in the main room. I mean, that has never happened to me. Strange things can happen. Excuse me, I've noticed with my charts and my doc, but not, excuse me, sorry about that. I'm just having a bite to eat there. But not that. The only thing I can suggest, um, how many, and you've got 10 in your doc, right? You scroll back in time, it resets. Yeah, that's a weird one. I have no ideas, no ideas. So you're saying though, for instance, you can see my screen. So one day it could be this one, and then the next day it could be this one, and then the next day it could be another one. Is it only been 2 out of the 10, or is it too soon to know? Too soon, right? Okay, so because sometimes, of course, this is what I would try. I mean, this may not be the most beautiful thing, but clear out, X out the 2 that did it, and put new charts in just to see if that helps. It may not be the solution, but if you can remember the 2 that did it, just X them out. Maybe there's some corruption going on, and then just load 2 more charts in and see if that solves it. Now, if it keeps happening and it's the same 2 or it's another one, then there's something else obviously going on. But that is a new one for me as far as charts not updating. And then scrolling back, that is a new one. Always something new out there. So it shows the correct. So you'll have the correct price on the side, but the candles aren't changing. Do you have one right now? I know you know how to do this. Why don't you give me the link for the chart? Not your doc. You know how to just take it out, duplicate into a free floating window, and then give me the link. Let me see what it's doing on my end, just for fun. I'm assuming you know how to do that. Oh, maximum number of charts. Ah, well, you could always close one down and then give me the culprit. And then if it's not too much effort. Yeah, that Acadia, I'm on the mic obviously, but Acadia is really, yeah, it looks good now. Well, look good down here. So I'm not sure what's going on. So I'm seeing the same. sorry, what is that I can't tell the time frame. Is that a 1 minute chart? Yeah, it looks like a 1 minute chart. Okay, let's take a look at it on a 1 minute chart. So it's hard for me to see. I mean, I see that candle. I mean, you can't see what I'm doing probably. I see that candle there, which looks like that last, yeah, I'd have to see the chart. I mean, you're probably not, you just don't want to such on a chart. I get it. Maybe after the market, just, well, look at Sidu, guys, SIDU. It is trying. Yeah, replace those two charts that were giving you the problem and see what happens tomorrow. If the same thing happens tomorrow, I'm gonna, obviously have to send you to True's tech support. I'm sort of bogus, bogus tech support. Look at Sidu, guys. Well, look, I mean, some volume is coming in, a little bit of volume coming in. It's IDU. Maybe we'll take out that high. 340 is the high. Ah, okay. Let's see what happens on my end. If it's probably not going to do anything, but let's just see. And where did it go? Oh, it's here. Okay, so I'm just comparing it to the 1 minute I've got up here. And so far, other than of course the scaling, but so far they do look the same. Look at SIDU, guys. Boy, this might take out that high and start to run. Okay, so this is not really telling me anything other than the fact that the chart you gave me looks the same as this chart, which is, in mine. So you're saying that yours is not doing this. Oh, it only freezes every 20 minutes or so. Well, that's even worse. And it's so intermittent. Yeah. Yeah, replace the two and see what happens tomorrow. And you're on 1 minute charts. Now, it shouldn't make any difference, I guess, but you are on 1 minute charts. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself back on mute. Well, I obviously have to pop back in. Look at what happened at SIDU. Waited all day for this, all day. And look at it now, SIDU. Whoa. I don't have anything for the last hour, Haida. I mean, any one of these, the basic new highs. I mean, look at SIDU as an example. It just made a new high right there in the last hour, well, last 5 minutes, and it just tore off from there. So I mean, any momentum type scanner. So the basic new highs or a momentum scanner. I've got one on my homepage called Momo. But there's nothing designed specifically for the last hour of the day. But a stock that has been hot all day and then all of a sudden making new highs in the last hour, that could get it rolling. So any sort of a new high of day scanner, and you can take a look at, if you go to my homepage, I've got the basic new highs, if you're only interested in going long, and also one called Momo. And these are all, in order for you to see those, they have to be making a new high for the day. So if a stock is making a new high for the day in the last hour, it's possible it'll keep running. So you can try that. That makes sense? And this, I mean, this has the room. Last month it was 450. That was the high last month. It's crazy how it works, though, isn't it? I mean, you know, basically all day until, well, at 3 o'clock, less than that. I would say right there at 3:10. Are you kidding me? This is they're launching this now. This is just coming on now. I'm talking about the HSCS. That is very, very weird that they would launch the IPO so late. But yeah, I mean, today's Wednesday, so yeah. Oh, it's possible, William. We all know that 3 point whatever billion it was. Yeah. But again, it's the headline. It's just the headline. Like these companies that say we're entering a market that has a 28 million or $28 billion market potential, or it's a $28 billion market. You know, you see that sort of stuff all the time. Yeah, great. How much are you getting of it? All right, guys, I will put the YouTube link in. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in the YouTube room. And where's my link? Here it is. The YouTube link is here. I'm just going to put it in the room. And I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up in about probably 4 or 5 minutes from now. You can head over to YouTube when I shut down the room if you want. Another one that had a real topsy-turvy day is that Edu. I think it's right at the highs though, isn't it? Yeah, right at the highs now of the day. Amazing. You know, got all the way down to 21 on that, yeah, I guess the news, China, Russia news, and then it just completely came back. Now, I'd be watching. I mean, if you have, you know, depends what your risk tolerance is, but this AERC, man, if it takes out that 2132, and it'd be interesting to see what it does after hours. You know, how it trades into, you know, we've got another 35 minutes and then after hours to see what it does. I mean, this is a big, major break for it today. And again, the next high looking left is 2590. So didn't get quite there, almost. Where did it get to? Got up to, oh, I thought I got up to more than that. I guess, oh yeah, 2370. So it got up to 2370. So within a 210, 220 from the high over here. That's not that far away. Yeah, when's the last time we saw an IPO come in so late in the day? As in never? Anyway, it's halted on the way down. So, you know, the difference in the other one that, you know, was up in the 20s. Where did this one close? You know what? This actually didn't collapse as much as I thought it would. LYT did not collapse as much as I thought it would. Interesting. Meanwhile, yeah, I'm not in this, by the way. I'm not in the SIDU, but this is making another new high for the day. And the reason I'm not in it is that I missed this break here. I was actually away from my computer. And the only reason I came back is because I heard, hey, there he is. I heard
Here I am.
text to voice. Mr. Varley, how are you, my friend?
I am well. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you, and I'm sure, well, if I can hear you, they can hear you.
Perfect. I just, still getting used to this whole new setup, but mostly looking good.
So how many monitors do you have now?
Still 3, but I do basically all of support through the MacBook's monitor, which is a very lovely monitor, actually. And all my trading essentially is done on the AWS monitors, my 2 regular HP monitors. And believe it or not, the display on this is better because of the display coming out of the MacBook. So I have more monitor space than I had before.
You mean because of the resolution?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. What resolution are your monitors?
25 something.
Okay, so they're so-called 2K instead of 4K. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, they are 4K, but I don't have 4K cables.
I see. Okay.
So I think it's some kind of hybrid of the two in that sense. But
Gotcha.
It was a little bit of a headache, but I should have known switching from Mac to PC would be a headache.
Yeah, well, you've got all sorts of free tech support with Michael, and
Exactly.
it's nice to have, isn't it?
It is. And you know what? I think he enjoys doing it, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
I think he more enjoys converting a PC person more than anything else. So.
It'll never happen with me. Never.
I don't blame you. In fact, the AWS server I'm using was one that you used for a period of time, and it says Barry's trade ideas even when I load all my stuff because of the custom ML4 that's in it still. So yeah. I got to go through and there's still like little things for me to make adjustments. But during the summer when I go mow my mom's lawn on a weekend and I can still work, she'll be happy.
Exactly.
So, all right, I've made the screen switch. I won't keep you unless you want to hang out.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's good. What a day. AERC probably made several millionaires in the room. So.
I traded it twice, and I thought I did well on it twice, and I guess I just didn't hold on long enough.
Well, it was tough. That if you look at the way it traded over the last 3 days,
yes,
up and down. Finally, when it made its break at about whatever time that was,
12:30ish, or give or take my time, 12:30.
Yeah,
12:15.
and that just you're right, about 12:30 your time. That finally we had a move without a bunch of giant red candles to destroy it.
Yep, exactly.
From about 15 to 23. So that was amazing. Anyway, Chris, I will let you go, and
sounds good.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, Barry, you have a good one, and we'll see you in the morning.
Okay,
take care.
Bye.
So, all right, everybody, we're looking.
Okay, everybody. I was just talking to Chris in their YouTube room, so he is there.
Muted his mic. You didn't realize. All right, still trying to work out this crisp software here. I'm just messing around. So start firing questions if you folks have them, please. You know. Think. Got it now. Let me know if you folks can hear a viola in the background, please. But I think I've got this noise canceling software working as well, which is very nice. Or you can all just give me the silent treatment, whatever you prefer. Aj, how are you? Happy Fed Day and all that. Yeah, what a day, what a day, what a day. I had to restart all my scans, unfortunately. So I lost a bunch of data from some nice earlier movers in the races as I continue to revamp and get everything organized here, making the switch to the MacBook. Yes, hear it very clearly. Are you still hearing the viola now? You should not be hearing it now if the software is doing its job. That's the wow, still can hear it. All right. Yeah, that's my mini me. My daughter, she's my carbon copy. All right, I'll have to work on this whole setup here still. What about tapping on my desk? Can you hear the tapping on my desk? Really, I want the noise canceling because I have helicopters that, I live right on the Hudson River. I have helicopters flying over me all the time, and it just I can't hear myself, so there's no way you folks can hear me then. Okay, so the software did kick in. Perfect. Excellent, excellent. Thank you all for bearing with me on that. So again, fire some questions. Michael Anthony's throwing WBD. What are we thinking about WBD? Let's take a look. WBD. Oops, not AWBD, just WBD. All right. It's a long-term downtrend off its IPO. I'm guessing it's a new issue or it was a symbol change. We don't always handle it as the best. Unfortunately, when it takes this move like that, it broke down here. But this becomes one of those well-defined risk to reward ratios, I would say, where, below here, look out because there's no support below here, right? You got support at 0 essentially. And above here, above this level, essentially, you could ride it up to, you can argue for here, or you could argue for here even, depending on what you're thinking on your levels. So, you got over $1 room that's possible, I would say. Big float. But looks like it has a very good range for such a big float. There's our float. Not much short float, but a bit of short growth. Days to cover isn't anything worth noting, I don't think. 2 days to cover all those short positions. So I don't think you're worried. I don't think anybody's worried about a short squeeze happening, especially with 2 billion float stock. But no, it's it's got an all right look there, Michael Anthony. Definitely got some room to the upside. Like I said, as long as it can hold down here. It also looks like it was, alpha to the market. Essentially, it was affected, obviously, at Fed time when the market started getting a little wacky. But, yeah, good, solid look. Definitely solid look. Yeah, I didn't, I did okay on it. I should have done a lot better. Looking at this, I traded very early morning, to be honest. I traded it in here, and then I caught this other move right here, just part of that move. I just took smaller share sizes. It wasn't anything really huge, but that was that. Yeah, it came right through one of the races, and so I made a price alert on it. So, you know, just if anybody's looking for ways how to use the software, you know, strategies on using the software to implement with your sorry, my words are failing, with your own, you know, your trading strategy. You know, your trading strategy is not the same, obviously, as your scanning. You know, scanning points you to the ideas, and then from there you have to have a strategy on those ideas. So, you know, a big part of what I do is, you know, this is mostly empty when I start every single day. And I know people have this tendency to want to leave price alerts in there because, well, what if, you know, I set this price alert yesterday, but maybe I was too early yesterday, it's going to go off today. Well, look, you know, you could do that, but then you end up, for me anyways, I end up with a lot of price alerts that just start taking up space and clutter. And even if they're not triggered, it's just clutter. It's data that interrupts everything that I'm doing. So what I do is I basically clear this out, except for maybe one or two that like I really think might be able to make the move the next day. And then as the races go off in the early morning, you know, after about 5 minutes ish, you know, around 9:35 my time, after I've got the first race winner and anything I see over here that looks like it's good, if that first race winner and any of the leaders in the following race look good, I'll start setting price alerts on a few of them. And, you know, over the, you know, because I have 3-minute races set up, and, you know, over the course of the first 15 minutes, you know, I get a couple of race winners in there. And sometimes you got a race winner and, you know, or a stock that's won 3 or 4 races in the first 15 minutes. And that's something I'm really watching and making sure I'm paying attention to price alerts. And so it's a way to like double engage me. One, you know, I'm getting the ideas from here. It's a narrowed look. I'm not overwhelmed by how many stocks are coming in. It's very clear what's ahead in the races. And then it's very clear what the winners are. And then from there, I can set a price alert. And, you know, price alerts, we can even put sound on those. So even though the top list doesn't have sound, the top list is now pointed me, or the race essentially, because same thing as top list, very similar top list, same scanning functionalities overall. So now it's really pointed me, and now I can even attach to the ones that are the most interesting so far a sound alert to it if I even wanted to. So just, you know, kind of throwing out what your you know, some different ideas behind using the software. It's just there's no right way to do this, you know. Chris Oil, I'm big. It's time to sell oil stocks. You know, could be. Here's the thing: you got. I think I heard whispers of, you know, politicians wanting to be involved in. Now after 6 months of realizing what the problem, or after 6 months of knowing what the problem is, or longer, that we don't have any refineries for oil products. Now everybody's like, oh, well, you know, you got to get these oil refineries back online. Problem is, you just don't turn a switch and turn them on. But now that you have politicians involved in it, who knows what can get screwed up, because, you know, the best way to screw up anything is getting involved. So with that said, you know, it could be time to take a pause from oil for now anyways. Certainly, you know, according to whatever your buy and sell signals are on your positions. Talks, the world's not on fire. Yeah, I mean, well, the Fed's always going to try to talk everybody off the cliff. That's their job, right? You know, they're supposed to, you know, have a cool, calm head, or whatever you want to call it, you know. My thing is this. If J Powell really wanted to come out and put his mark down as, I am a man for the people, and we're an independent body, and we're not influenced by politics or anything like that, I personally think he really wanted to do that and come out and like say, I don't care what anybody else thinks, this is what the right thing to do is, because inflation has been way worse than everybody would have thought, and we have no idea when it's going to get better with all these issues. He should have come out, hyped one point, and when he came up to the podium, he said, we're an independent body, we don't answer to anybody ever, we're not elected, and that's all the information I have for you today. That's what he should have done. I would have loved to see that. Moreover, the fact that he would have established himself as that independent body. Never going to happen. Obviously never going to happen. But it is what it is. And, you know, you have a lot of people that think 75 points was a big hike, but I think he should have Volckered it. That's what I think he should have done. But anyways, he didn't, and that's that. What is the windows that I was showing? It's a price alerts window. That's all. So, you know, if you've never used price alerts, you know, go new. somewhere in here, peak price alerts window. And create a new price alerts window. Sorry, I populated on another screen. So that's what that looks like. Just that. Whoops, that one's in a dock. And then you can see here, these are all price alerts that I've had set for the day. And like any other window, you can mess with the columns. This is more of a Brokerage Plus or Holly feel to it, the price alerts window, for how the columns are done. And same thing, actions. So you can set up sound if you want. I've considered playing sound on it again. I haven't used sound in trade ideas in 3 years or longer. And you can edit these price alerts, and are they from above or below? Is it a short? Is it a long? So, and an easy way to do this is, so watch here. It's going to populate something here. I'm going to set another one. So you have the AERC here, but watch this. If I set it from below, so I right click on the chart, I go create price alert, and see, because I'm going from below price, it wants to go with short. All right. You can put notes in here too if you want. So testing and live stream. If I could type, that would be really awesome. There we go. And now bang. And here it is. It's a blue line because it's not triggered way down here. And you see it just populated here. And so short, the price is coming from above. There's my symbol. There's my note. Current price, alert price, distance to the alert price, stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff that you can put in there. And I think it's, like I said, I like to have very pointed data. So, I narrow it down with the top list, and I narrow it down further with this here. And that's, what works for my brain anyways. And then you can edit it. You can right click it here, and I can edit it and say, no, I want to know if it pulls back for a long. It doesn't really matter if you have it short or long. That's irrelevant. But I think it's just so you understand, so you remember, oh, I set this, it was for a short alert. This was for a long alert. If, you have a lot playing above, it's still coming from above the price and all of that. So I think it's a very, very useful window, quite personally. And it's probably one of the windows I've used more. It's probably the window I've used the most out of trade ideas in all my years. So EDU got a little wobbly, but it's held up after all this craziness right here. Just got to wonder about that one. How long can it do this for? I think I have my system preferences set properly now. I mean, go ahead and make a swap here. Oh, you also meant the races. Same races I have every day. Nothing new there. This here, and there's one up here that I have hidden, are the same races. I do this, this is, and this are exactly the same things. I just do this because sometimes I'm taking a video capture to promote the races on Twitter. And it's nice to have them side by side with the chart like that. That's all. So those are the same races, even though it looks like I have more races. Same thing I was doing. And this is the, same race I created. This was, among the first races I created. I've kind of just let it go for now. This is one I created a couple of months ago, and same with this here. Mostly my focus has been on this race, the Bollinger Band race, and this one here. Those have been my two main ones. So any other questions, let's fire those away for me here. Other than that, I continued to look at some China stocks today. I almost took a shot at Billy, and then I had that pullback, and I chickened out. I went with AERC instead. But nice move from that here. Let's see what the SPY can do here coming into the close. So we talked about that's a pretty good sell-off and that we're going to have to bounce at some point. How far and hard, I don't think I don't know. I don't think we get back over 400 again for a while. If we do, I don't think we take out 405. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong many, many times. This could possibly be another one of them. More than okay with being wrong. I just, I'm going to stick to really more day trading. Although there are a few China stocks that I keep in my eye on. I don't think you can add just a regular channel bar to a docked layout. You have to just load a docked channel bar, I think. Let me see if there's a way to do that. I've been watching it's not China, but it's China related, I guess. Tiger. Been watching this here. Billy was the other one. I just showed Billy. That's the other one. And I don't know, was there another one? I don't have a price alert for it. I feel like there was something else. That film I liked. Maybe not. I'll have to look. I thought there was a third one that I was looking at, but those are the two ones that I'm really looking at for now. Not going to jump the gun on them, of course. LTHM, after that big move, really gave it up. Right back down to this big level here again. Yeah, so there's no way, I'm sorry, who's that asked? ST, no way to add a channel bar into the dock itself. Now you can save it as part of the layout. Just make sure it's included in the layout when you save with the box on the side. So when you go to save the docked window up here, stop that. You right click and go save or share to cloud for the docked layout up top. All right. Make sure that there's a check mark in the channel bar, and then it'll load with the channel bar, and you can load the channel bar, and have it next to it so it looks basically attached. It just won't be loaded into the dock. That's the best way to do that. That's the only way to do that, really. I don't have another way. PPL. Take a look at PPL. 8 PPL. Interesting. Power, utilities. I mean, I don't know what the race was based on. If it was one of my races, it would have probably won because of this move initially, but just gave it up afterwards for whatever reason. They must have had some kind of news that came out here, I'd have to imagine, and that news is still affecting it, I'm guessing. Because, I mean, that's a pretty good move for a company with a 700 million float. And there's no short float, and there's no short growth. So you just got sellers, not short sellers. That's my 2 things. All right, my 2 cents. So it looks like the SPY is now giving it up. Got these compare counts here. So we can see those new highs are really, all looking basically the same. Yeah, very similar stuff. Only a slight tick on the new lows though, but I guess maybe after making the new lows on the day with the SPY and the other indexes, I would suspect a lot of lows are put in that would be tough to take out at this point. EPL mining. Huh. Let's see. Engaged in generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity. It operates through 2 segments: Kentucky regulated, Pennsylvania regulated. Kentucky regulated segment. Yeah, so I got here a utility company. And just for the reference on what's happening with the SPY. Getting ourselves a nice little spinning top doji going on again. We'll see what this all means. It looks like we will not be closing out the day on highs. Rather sad. Would like to see the Bulls get a win today. PLL. PLL. That's a new issue. So same concept that was on one of the races that I shared with you there, Peter. It makes this a nice 30-minute move here. But that was it. It didn't have any staying power. Not much liquidity in that at all for the day. Only 450,000 shares traded for the day. So, you had a couple of volume moves here. You had some pretty mute volume through here. Another day here, and then mute volume again. And it looks like declining volume again. So it just looks like it's not generating any interest for whatever reason. But it's a very new issue, so it's hard to, discern any kind of technical analysis. There's no real look back. We're kind of stuck at, looking at this level here. Right now is the most recent support. I could argue it's a long ways up to go. If that's going to be resistance, or is this going to be resistance? It's hard to say. There's just not enough data to really, for me anyways, to really make that call. That's a really small float, so the thing could really move if it needs to. But yeah, small float on that PPL. So it's a type of thing that, 2 things to note. It's got that small float, and then on top of that, it's got this huge opening range, $70 to $40 here. So if for whatever reason lithium comes into favor, this is the type of stock that could definitely make that move. And because there isn't any real discernible data to look back on for pivot lines, whether support or resistance, it could definitely go. I mean, it's possible. Will it? No idea, of course, but definitely possible. Yeah, Mike Sages, I took a couple in AERC early on. Oops. Just a couple in this here, kind of early on, and that was it. I missed this big move, unfortunately, but you know, I didn't want to be a hero on Fed Day. Crucio Bone, Drew, Van Race, and which is the other one? Well, I have a few races. So I've got this one. I don't even remember what it does anymore, to be honest. Configure. Looking at stocks between $4 and $30. They got to be up from the close 1.5%. Got to be 80% above the low of today. Relative volume of 2 and traded 175,000 shares on the day. I might actually edit that tonight or tomorrow. I'm not crazy about that overall. So that's what that one's doing. Then I have this one here. It's been a long time since I looked at this. So stocks between 4 and 50. It has to be at least even or up from the close. Relative volume of 375,000 shares traded on the day. It can't be any lower than 0.15 below the VWAP, and it's got to be doing 3 times its normal 5-minute volume. So that's what that race is doing, and that's it really. This is just based on my evening scan essentially. I just changed the volume metrics in it slightly. And this race is, there's not really anything going on here. This is just symbols that I pressed my like on that are hardened, you know, so like FLO's got a heart in it. Also, FLO doesn't need a heart anymore. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's definitely some action and a bunch of different things today. I lost, unfortunately, I had to restart my layout, so I lost all the historical data on my races. But here, I mean, SIDU, that's a pretty good move that's just happened here, right? That's solid. Look, it's been on this race for a while now. Probably been on this race since back here. Beautiful. What was the other one? Top. This thing went nuts. Even halted again. Halted on the way down though. Ugly. What else was there? What else am I missing? Yeah, so there's a really solid move. Nice and liquid. This is just an early move in the day. Carver Bank Corp. Just kind of a steady creeper all day long. Not very liquid though. But the spread isn't bad on Carver. Here's the spread. It's only a couple pennies. So can't really fight that. So yeah, definitely some stuff that was actionable in here. Do I have suggestions? I mean, first and foremost, I define yourself a trading plan. Suggestions as far as scanning, I would, you know, depending on what kind of trader you are, I would focus scans on that, and then I'd focus scans that have a good amount of liquidity to the stock already. You know, you don't want to be scanning at the end of the day for stocks that have traded 100,000 shares. You know, maybe you want to, you know, a minimum of, you know, 400,000 shares or something like that. You know, you want to make sure whatever, if you're going to trade a stock at the end of the day, you want to make sure other people are trading it too, so you can get in and out of it. That would be one thought I would have. I won't say it's a suggestion. I would also say that you want to, you know, if at all possible, and it's not always possible, but look for those alpha stocks. So what I mean by that is you don't want to see stocks that are really tied to the market, tied to the SPY, tied to the Qs. So you want to try to find stocks that, maybe using a change in filter that are moving on their own up or down if you're looking to short. Those would be kind of the things that I'd point you to. Yeah, so I think what you want to do is you want to scan for stocks that are moving up with some decent volume going into the close. I think that's going to be your best bet. And this way it's pointing you at that stuff. So something like my Bollinger Band scan, but maybe throw some more shares traded on the day in there. That would be my suggestion to you. I mean, I could put something together real quick as a race and share it out with everybody. Give me a second here. Let's go new. Let's go top list. Summary. Let's call it something. End of day. B bands. All right, so let's start there. And I'm gonna build this out, and then of course you folks can make any adjustments you see necessary from there. But let's put stocks. We'll go 4. We'll open this up a little bit because I don't know what everybody likes for price range. So we'll go $4 to $100. No average daily volume. Oh, I got to reset all of that stuff. All these little things that I have to do with moving over to a virtual workspace. So let's get rid of some of this stuff. Now let's go back here, hide unused. All right, shares traded today. Let's go with 325,000, just in case something was just starting to really warm up. We don't want to miss it. All right, now it's search. Let's go Bollinger Band. Been using the 15-minute one. I like that. First, we're going to sort on that. Then we're going to add it as a filter. We're going to go with 80 minimum. Let's go with, what else did I do with these scans? Another volume filter. So let's add this 5-minute volume here. Let's add that filter. We just want to make sure the stock is, trading. So let's go with, let's go 25 in there. I don't know. I feel like that's going to be good. This is basically what I have for my Bollinger Band scan. I just, up the volume a little bit. As we're trying to make sure that we stay pointed at liquid stuff. And I'll share this out also. So we're building this together. I'm building it here, but we'll share it out. So now we've got the top list. Just hold on a second. Populate it on another window. There we go. Where are you, mouse? There we go. And now we've got the sort is on Bollinger Bands. Now let's turn this into a race. So let's launch real-time stock race. Now I'm going to set this up how I like it. And again, you can change this. You can come in and redo this. All right. So we're going 10 lanes, 3-minute races. Let's race on. Oh, you know what? I have to come back into the configure of this now. What are we racing on? I know what I forgot on this. Change. 5-minute change. Add filter. 0. Also, show column. There we go. Now we're cooking. All right, we're going to race on a 5-minute change. We're going to replace cars. auto start. We're going to race on 5-minute change. We're going to race on a delta value. And I think that's everything. So I'm going to go ahead and share this out, and you folks are going to make sure you do me the most solidest of favors and save that immediately to your cloud. Copy. Or press start. All right, here we go. That's what we look like here. We can get rid of the base. So, SIDU going nuts here in that post hours. Look at that volume. Holy mackerel. So now we're in the post market, so obviously this isn't going to be quite the same. I did not realize it was already 407. That's crazy. But that's it. I think this would be a good place to start for you or anybody else scanning at the end of the day. And of course, you could tweak any of this if you don't find any of this to be proper for you. So it's not an added benefit necessarily, but John Bollinger, who created Bollinger Bands, looks at it like this. Let me add them as an indicator. So what a Bollinger Band is to start with, for those that don't know, is 2 standard deviations up and below a 20 SMA. So this is actually 20 SMA. I happen to use it anyways. And so these bands are 2 standard deviations above and below the 20 SMA is how that works. And John believes, and the way he uses it, is that when a stock breaks the upper Bollinger Band, it's a buy signal. When it breaks the lower Bollinger Band, it's a sell signal. And I've found it pretty useful so far. Now, there are a lot of people who have a completely different school of thought, and that a break of the upper band means a revision to the mean, all right, which you kind of saw there. The mean is not necessarily the 20 SMA, keep in mind. They're working in standard deviation. But that's what I'm looking at here. And, we look at this as a great example. This breaks that early in the morning. Beautiful all the way through, never comes and breaks the lower Bollinger Band, and still has another move up later in the day after that consolidation. So that's textbook Bollinger Band right there. Let's see. This is a Bollinger Band scan here. So let's take a look at a few other stocks. And so we don't quite break the band here. All right. We consolidate. We get a break of the band here and a nice move after that. SIDU. We broke the band earlier. We moved sideways. We moved up afterwards. And I'm just getting some nice examples. There are going to be examples of stocks breaking the upper band and not making a move afterwards. There is, again, as I always say, and I know you already know this, Terrical, but there is no magic, indicator. It doesn't exist. You can look at, look, it breaks the upper band here and never does anything, and then comes and breaks the lower band here, before it comes back and touches the upper band, and then finally makes a break up here. So there's an example of one that did not work. I wouldn't use that same scan. Well, I wouldn't use that same scan to start in the morning, only because of the minimum amount of shares that have to be traded. I don't mind seeing stuff that's traded a little less early in the morning, but I want to see more shares throughout the day. You know, something that's traded 200,000 shares at 940 and then it's traded 200,000 shares at 250,000 shares by 930. I mean by 1030. That's not interesting to me. That means it traded only 50,000 more shares in 45 minutes. That means that it had an initial pop on the open and that was it. So, I mean, it could absolutely be used. So, one of the people that I work with, Chris McKay, he won't even look at stocks that have traded like less than 1 million shares in the first, like, I don't know, 40 minutes or 45 minutes or something like that. So like he only trades like super liquid stuff, or what I consider to be super liquid stuff. So this scan wouldn't even fly for him, I don't think, you know, early in the morning. He'd still need more shares actually. So those things become a little bit subjective. I'm using it as a day trading scan. So that's why I do it on a 15-minute chart, because things could look, you know, it can go either way, but on a 15-minute chart, you know, when you get something that makes a big move, it gives you time to get back in it possibly if there's a pullback, but it can hold a nice level, where sometimes on a 5-minute chart, I just don't read it or feel it the same, you know, for lack of a better term. So that's why I like the 15-minute. It's just worked well for me so far. Well, you could take the link that I dropped in, just right click, configure, Windows specific filter, and change that volume today. And that's it. And then you're done. Change it to whatever you think is worthy. You know, maybe you think 325,000 shares early in the morning is a lot. I don't know, you know, that's up to you. I mean, yeah, sure, I can do this here. I'll put it at, you know, what I've been using is 200,000 shares. The reason why I only put it up to that 325 was because what if something was just about to have its moment now, in the, you know, coming into the close, but it hadn't traded much yet today, but all of a sudden it's about to go nuts. So racing on. Minutes. So I mean, yeah, I just made an adjustment there, and here I'll share this out again. And as always, please, please, please save to the cloud. Voila. Market closed. I'll take a look here. You got it saved? All right, good deal. I just ask people to save anything that I do, because if I don't use something, at some point, you know, I've been behind a little bit, but at some point I will clean my cloud out of the things I don't use or aren't widely shared and get rid of it. So I can get rid of this Bollinger Bands. Now, also with the Bollinger Band scanning, I don't use Bollinger Bands on the chart. I don't need them to visualize what's happening. I am aware of how the Bollinger Bands work. So I'm good in that aspect. But maybe anyone that's using this, maybe you want to add the Bollinger Bands to your charts. I don't know. I don't like a bunch of indicators on my charts. As you can obviously see, I have, you know, 2 indicators on my intraday charts and 1 indicator on my daily chart. But so, taking a look here at this SPY chart, we closed well off the lows. A good bit off the highs. And so that's that. Spinning top doji here. We didn't take out the low of yesterday. You know, hard to say what will happen tomorrow. Let me rephrase that. It's impossible to say what will happen tomorrow. I think I personally found on Fed events, It's usually an up close day of and a down close day after. But I mean, I'm sure there must be data you could do a web search on to get that information. So again, you know, if you're day trading, obviously, you know, you're in and out and not sticking around to make sure the cookies make it off that plate to your mouth. But if you're still trying to pull swing positions, you know, still not the first off, the environment itself with these sell-offs, you know, every time we move up, we move back down. The environment itself is not great for swing trading to start with. But also I would note that, you know, after Fed Day, there's a lot of talk and headlines and digesting of those headlines. And while we are technical traders, we live in a fundamental world and there's no changing that, unfortunately, for us. So you can have a well-defined plan, but just know that, you know, the big whales out there don't care about your well-defined plan. Hell yeah, Mike C. That's you know, history repeating and rhyming, that's for sure. I don't think I looked at Dawn almost at all today. So, but look, it might be worth noting here. All right, big gap up, big gap down off of that, closed near the high. Had a harami today. All right, that means, you know, some equilibrium between buyers and sellers. You know, you can give the buyers or give the sellers the edge, I suppose. But the 21 mil in the float, a short float that I'm most certainly sure is grown quite a bit in the last several days. If the buyers can come in strong enough to that tomorrow, you better believe those shorts are going to have to start covering real quick, because you're going to probably have a number of people that are short it in these price ranges here. All right. And if this starts pushing up on them, they're going to feel some pressure because there's no overhead resistance, it looks like to me. Wait, can I zoom out? How far can we zoom out? All right, there's plenty of overhead resistance. I thought it was a new issue. Disregard that last statement. All the same, though, the shorts, they're going to have to watch. That's right. We talked about this last couple days. You've got these defined risk levels, but as the longer this risk level is in play and holds, the more likely we test this one. And then when we get through there, you know, through this kind of zone that's in here, you know, then we're looking all the way up here. Those shorts are, you know, we're all looking at the same charts. So we're all looking at the same levels. Now, I would like to see volume also hold up the next day or two for some long positions, because if the volume continues to drop, shorts will most likely have their way. For whatever that's worth. June. Interesting. I think I could take this off the liked list. Doesn't matter if I open a scan before the last hour of the day. Will that mess with any of the readings? No, you'll just have readings starting from when you opened it is all. You know, so if you want more historical data, the more historical data you want through the day, the longer you should be running it throughout the day. So like you could set everything up, you know, before leaving for work, let it run for the day, and then when you come home, you've got a whole bunch of data to go through. Just also remember this, the more data there is, you know, the longer it takes for you to catch up too. So that becomes that fine line between too much and too little data. So, you know, you might want a fresh start with everything so you don't have any influence of what the day's been doing. And you're just pointing to what's up and what's moving now and being able to make a decision from that. LIDR, you are DOA, charge point. I want to leave charge point. Nah, I'll leave it for now. CTIC, you get to hang out. ETNR, you get to hang out. Hudson, you're hanging out. You gotta go. You gotta go. Okay, maybe I'll leave you. All right, I'll leave. GMST, you gotta go. Oh yeah, of course, Raj. You know, I do very much enjoy what we do here. Just looking at this here, this flag that's happening. Could be setting up. Could be setting up. That's definitely staying. Yet. See what else? What else? What else? DHX. And be a no for me, dog. FRO. Also gonna be a no for me, dog. Clearing out the like symbols, folks. OI. You know what? I'm gonna leave you hanging out for a hot minute. I'm gonna let you ride. NEX. Make some moves, will show up on a scanner again. Yeah, you gotta go. And Ridge. Nah, we're all set there. Gonna let it hang out. Oh, you're making the comment he said about I switched to Mac and everybody's crashing. Still have some things that I have to fix on my end here for my this workspace and also my my overall trade ideas, my layout, and my files. MGY. I'm gonna leave you for now, but you're on the suspect list. KC. It's a China stock. I want to like it. I don't know if I can like it though. I'm gonna leave it because it's China. P10. And you get one more day. QFen. Another Chinese stock. I'm gonna leave it because it's China. Wes, goodbye. TALO, adios. TTI. TTFN. All right, that's a wrap. I'm going to leave LTHM for now. Clean out the my lights. And that's why we use stops. Perfect example. See, Perfect Circle knows what's up. PBD. No, there's no desktop version for Macs. I'm between an Amazon workspace and my MacBook. So the workspace only has Trader Workstation and Trade Ideas and this Epic Pen on it. That's it. Those are the only three things running there. Everything else, I'm streaming through the MacBook. All my other troubleshooting software is through the MacBook. Everything else is through the MacBook. I had to get an adapter so that I could use two monitors. So I have two monitors plus the MacBook's monitor. Second monitor has kind of a smoky look to it because this adapter is kind of on its HDMI port. But, it is what it is. Yeah, Michael had mentioned that to me. I'll go slowly on adding new toys to this thing, one thing at a time. The MacBook, the adapter, a few other things that I had to do, they were not cheap. So, one step at a time, but feeling after the initial headache of making the switch, I'm feeling pretty good about this now. And it puts me mobile. So for if you're just in a Mac environment and you don't have a virtual machine, because you could use AWS, Windows 365, Parallels, or Boot Camp, all those will work. But if you don't have that option, then on a Mac, it's just the web version, which unfortunately I know has been left behind. I do believe once we make our full migration for our server tech over to AWS, I do believe that they'll start to play some pretty big catch up with the Mac side of things. No promises, but I suspect. So, all right, folks, we're at 4:28. I think that's going to wrap it up for me here today. I do appreciate everybody popping in. Let's hit these questions. I have been using a Mac 15 years for Adobe, but use PCs for trading and work. Yeah, almost all trading stuff is on PCs. Most of it, anyways. I can't. I don't have any specific scan that trades sideways and then breaks out like that. Not personally. I mean, you can give us an email here. Support at trade ideas.com. So you can give us a shout out there and see, someone else that I work with might have something like that. If not, we can maybe get it to template together. If you're looking to try to do something on your own with building it, what I would suggest to you is a couple of different things here. If we come to configure, actually, let's not do a configure on this. Let's do a configure on an alert window. So if we come to configure and search range, and these filters here, you can have a pretty solid range here like this. And, like a 60-minute range, and then maybe couple it with some kind of alert, like a volume burst alert or something like that. So, if you come back up to, here, some different volume. high relative volume, 1 minute volume spike, strong volume, unusual number of prints, something like that, with trying to combine some range, or you could even go like a 5 or 15 minute high. So like, you've got these here, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute highs. So those like that, that's the direction I would point you in for that. So, all right, everybody, I do have to run on the day. Appreciate everybody popping in, and we will catch you back here for Thirsty Thursday, Friday Junior. All right, take care, everybody. Have a good one.